Chapter 1046. The courtyard where the Luo Chen sect resided was on 6 Mile Street. Ever since the incident in Clearwater City, Mu Yu had secretly returned to take a look at them and met Xiong Nan. The two of them left together and never saw those people from the Luo Chen mountain again. He didn't know how those people were doing now. Luo Shong had walked on his own path and didn't want to see Lan Ling-er anymore. Lan Ling-er would definitely miss Luo Shong again. Elder Zun had to take care of Kong Kong and Miao Miao, the two naughty fellows. Qing Mai and Qing Song Taoist were also here. What Mu Yu missed the most now was his master and Enshu. Their whereabouts were still unknown. Mu Yu used the teleportation array and arrived at 6 Mile Street with ease. He turned the corner and walked toward the courtyard in the alley. This courtyard wasn't very big, but it wasn't small either. It was more than enough to house a dozen people. There was a powerful restriction set up by his master in the courtyard. Only the people from the Luo Chen mountain knew how to enter the courtyard. Mu Yu naturally knew this because their auras were sealed in the array. This array was the same as the one in the Luo Chen mountain. It had spirituality and could recognize their own people. Creak. The door to the courtyard opened and Mu Yu and Tian Ran walked in. Swoosh. However, at this moment, a sword light quickly flew toward Mu Yu. It was as fast as the wind and flashed with a cold light. The strength of the sword light was also at the out-of-body stage. Clang. Mu Yu stretched out his hand and easily caught the sword light. He then said, "It's me, Mu Yu." "Lord Mu Yu?" Qing Song Taoist's surprised voice sounded from the courtyard. The person who attacked just now was Qing Mai's father, Qing Song Taoist. He was already at the out-of-body stage. "Senior Pine Tree." Mu Yu nodded in greeting. The Qing Song Taoist was wearing a simple green robe. When he saw Mu Yu, he was overjoyed. He quickly withdrew his sword and said, "Lord Mu Yu, please forgive me. I didn't know you were back. I thought someone had broken in. Ling-er told me to be on guard no matter who came in. Senior Pine Tree is too polite. You did the right thing." Mu Yu looked around. It was still a familiar layout, but now things had changed. This humble one doesn't dare to accept the title of senior. This humble one doesn't dare to accept it. The Qing Song Taoist said with some trepidation. Back then, the Qing Song Taoist had been the local tyrant of the Moyun mountain range. He could do whatever he wanted in the Moyun mountain range. It was only later that he realized how deep the Falling Dust sect had been hiding. Not to mention that Mu Yu had already become a famous expert in the cultivation world. Although he had been living here for a long time, he had also heard rumors about the cultivation world and knew the current situation in the cultivation world. He also knew who Feng Haochen was. The Qing Song Taoist was only at the out-of-body stage, so he felt some reverence in his heart. Mu Yu smiled and said, "Senior Pine Tree, your senior brother's father-in-law. You can just call me Mu Yu." The Qing Song Taoist felt lucky that his daughter and Chengyang could meet. He said, "Okay. What happened?" "Father." Qing Mai hurriedly ran out from the backyard. She saw Mu Yu and let out a sigh of relief. "Mu Yu, it's you. I thought Ling-er was back." Old Zun also hurriedly ran out from the backyard. He was very excited when he saw Mu Yu. "Mu Yu, it's really you." Old Zun nodded at Tian Ran. He knew Tian Ran. After all, Tian Ran had stayed at the Falling Dust Mountain for a year and was familiar with everyone. "Is everyone okay? Where are the others?" Mu Yu walked over and patted Old Zun's shoulder. At this point, the Qing Song Taoist, Qing Mai, and the others suddenly went silent. The atmosphere became a bit tense. Old Zun sighed and said, "Mu Yu, there's only the 3 of us here." Mu Yu was startled and felt a bit uneasy. He immediately asked, "What about Ling-er and Kong Kong Miao Miao?" Old Zun said guiltily, "It's all my fault. I didn't look after Kong Kong and Miao Miao. They left the courtyard 5 days ago and never came back. Ling-er went out to look for them, but there's no news." Mu Yu's heart sank. Lan Ling-er and Kong Kong Miao Miao were both missing. Mu Yu frowned and said, "Tell me what happened in detail." Old Zun said, "It's like this. Kong Kong and Miao Miao often sneak out to play. Because they are at the spirit severing stage, We're not worried about them. But 5 days ago, they didn't come back at night. Linger went out to look for them, but there was no news. Before Linger left, she said that the cultivation world might be bad for us. She told us not to leave the courtyard no matter what. Our cultivation is too low and we can't do anything. It's all my fault. I'm useless. Old Zun, forget it. You can't stop them if they want to play. After so many years, Muyu was surprised that Kong Kong and Miao Miao had reached the spirit-severing stage. But now was not the time to be surprised. He had to figure out where Kong Kong and Miao Miao went. These two little fellows were troublesome fellows. They were naughty and liked to run around. Now that their cultivation had unexpectedly reached the spirit-severing stage, Elder Zun couldn't keep an eye on them. Where do they usually go to play? Xiao Shui asked curiously. They like to wander around every street in the Woolly Garden, but they won't leave the Woolly Garden. They usually come back when it's dark, but they didn't come back that day. So we're very worried. Old Zun sighed. Muyu pondered for a moment and said, "Okay, Old Zun, Senior Pine Tree, wait here. No matter what, don't leave the courtyard. It's really chaotic outside. I'll go out and look for them. I'll come back later." He immediately left with Tian Ran and walked outside. The others watched Muyu leave. They couldn't help at all. "Muyu, where are we going?" Tian Ran asked anxiously. Tian Ran had been with Kong Kong Miao Miao for a year. She knew the temperament of these two little guys. They would stir up a hornet's nest, explode a latrine pit, and do all kinds of pranks. However, they were still on the same side. 38 Mile Street. Muyu flashed and quickly went to the 38 Mile Street in the bustling street. In the Woolly Garden in the south, if you wanted to find someone, it was best to ask the evil faction for help. Because the evil faction was in this place, it was more than enough for them to find someone. Tian Ran followed closely behind Muyu. The two of them were very fast. This time, they didn't need to rely on the teleportation formation. In just a moment, they arrived at the 38 Mile Street. 38 Mile Street was still deserted. A few pedestrians looked hurried and sneaky. It was much more strange than the other streets. Muyu stepped into the Luyin Garden. The evil faction's place was never guarded, and no one would come here to behave atrociously. The aura of the Tribulation Realm had already spread out and covered the entire Luyin Garden. In Muyu's opinion, this was the best way to attract people from the evil faction. But soon, his expression changed. The smell of blood. Something happened. Muyu immediately jumped into the Luyin Garden. He had been here before. He walked across the stone bridge and passed through the courtyard. He suddenly found a curly-bearded man lying in a pool of blood. He was no longer breathing. He carefully looked around and came to the side of the corpse. Muyu vaguely recognized this person. When he first came here, this curly-bearded man was also a very powerful person. The one lying on the stone and basking in the sun was him. What happened? Did someone attack the evil faction's place? Tian Ran asked cautiously. Muyu's hand brushed across the curly-bearded man's forehead. A pale white light came out from the curly-bearded man's forehead. His expression sank, its soul force. What? People from the third palace? Tian Ran immediately stood up and looked around. The immortal Dew sword had already appeared in her hand. But the surroundings were quiet. Other than the smell of blood, there was no other aura. He has been dead for a while. Muyu put down the curly-bearded man's corpse and continued to walk inside. Lu Yinyuan was already in a mess. The rocks and fake mountains were all over the place, blood stained everywhere. From time to time, one could see some evil sect people lying in the rubble, their bodies badly mutilated, surrounded by a seemingly indiscernible soul power. He quickly circled around the Luin court and discovered that there were 32 corpses in the Luin court. Each of the corpses still had remnant soul power. Damn it, the people from the third palace really killed the evil faction people. Muyu clenched his fists. Although the evil faction people did things as they pleased and did not play according to common sense, they were at least more upright than the people from the third palace. He did not expect that the third palace would actually kill the evil faction people. The people from the third palace did not even let the evil faction people go. Why? Mu Yu checked the corpses. They had been dead for at least 5 days. Mu Yu's heart sank even more. Kong Kong and Meow Meow also went missing 5 days ago. Did they really fall into the hands of the third palace? There are no corpses of Shimin Wuji and WNWAN. They are not here. Tian Ran said. The Golden Boy and Jade Girl of the evil faction should be the 2 most powerful people in the evil faction. If they were not here, then would they also fall into the hands of the third palace? Mu Yu was a little worried. He should not have let Shimin Wuji leave at that time. Although Shimin Wuji was powerful, he was not a great Ascension stage opponent. If the palace envoy or other people made a move, Shimin Wuji would not be able to defeat them. The evil faction people did not set up an array here. It is really strange. Isn't Xie Bulao an array master? Why didn't he set up an array to protect the Luyin garden? Xiao Shui knocked on the ground. After searching for a while, he did not find any trace of an array. Not to mention an array, there was not even a decent door here. Mu Yu said in a deep voice, with the evil faction people's style of doing as they please, they will not stop people from barging in. Anyone can come and go as they please. It depends on whether the self-cultivator has the guts to come. The first time he came to the Luyin garden, he was also unimpeded. The evil faction people ignored him and let him come in and wander around. Their territory was not private. Ordinary self-cultivators also did not have the guts to provoke the evil faction people. He did not expect that the evil faction people's characteristic of not setting up defenses led to the attack of the third palace people and heavy casualties. Chapter 1047. Mu Yu jumped over, stepped on the water surface, and flipped that person over. This was a young man with a very pale complexion, dressed like a scholar, and appeared to be somewhat weak. Mu Yu recognized him with a single glance. He was the top scholar. When Mu Yu and Kumu came here for the first time, he had fought with Zhuang Yuanlang. Zhuang Yuanlang's magic treasure was a book, and the book could transform into millions of pieces of paper, called page shadow. But at this time, the top scholar's body was also devoid of vitality. His whole body was somewhat swollen from being soaked in water. His eyes were tightly closed, his lips were dark, his skin was pale, and there were also shocking scars on his body. He brought the top scholar ashore, and confusedly asked, "Little handsome, are you sure he is still alive?" If the top scholar was still alive, his body should have vitality, but Mu Yu didn't feel any fluctuation of vitality. Little handsome stretched out his little finger and tapped the top scholar's body. His body issued a dong 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 sound, just like the beating of a drum. It was somewhat strange. That's right, he sealed his vitality and transformed it into a kind of strange evil power. This is a very strange martial technique. He is faking his death. Little handsome said with certainty. Evil Bulao's martial techniques were all very strange. Mu Yu had already seen this point many times. Then how do we wake him up? Mu Yu immediately asked. He wanted to figure out what had happened, and it would be best if he knew the whereabouts of Shimin Wuji and WNWAN. Little handsome blinked his eyes and thought for a while, then said, his martial technique will cause him to fake his death for about 7 days, and his vitality will completely wither. I don't remember where I have seen this before, but I know how to wake him up quickly. Little handsome stretched out his thin as cicada's wing sharp claws, and gently penetrated the top scholar's chest. The top scholar's body was already swollen, but after Little handsome's sharp claws penetrated the top scholar's heart, the top scholar suddenly opened his eyes, and immediately after, a mouthful of black gas came out of his mouth, and his swollen body gradually disappeared, returning to normal. You guys, after the top scholar woke up, he was still very nervous, but after seeing clearly that it was Mu Yu, he exclaimed in surprise, "So it was you." His chest was constantly moving up and down, and his entire person looked somewhat sickly, and his breathing was also quite unstable. What happened? Did the people of the third palace kill all of you? Mu Yu took out a pill and fed it to the scholar. The scholar let out a sigh of relief, then revealed a look of resentment. That's right, the people from the Sanchong Palace and Stargate attacked our Luyin garden. If I hadn't learned Master's life-stopping technique, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to escape death. He silently turned his head to look around and saw the corpses of the other evil faction members. No matter how unrestrained these evil faction members were, after seeing their own people in trouble, they would not remain indifferent. He didn't expect the threefold palace to attack them at this time. After a moment of silence, Mu Yu asked, "Have you seen Kong Kong Miao Miao and Lan Ling from our falling dust sect?" Zhuang Yuanlang said, "Although Kong Kong and Miao Miao often come here to play, before the people from the Sanchong Palace came that day, someone took them away." "Someone took them away? Is it Lan Ling?" Mu Yu quickly asked. Zhuang Yuanlang shook his head, "It's not Lan Ling, it's a middle-aged man I don't know. Kong Kong and Miao Miao seemed to know him, so they left with him." "Someone Kong Kong and Miao Miao know?" Mu Yu's heart shook. Could it be Enshu? Ever since Master's accident, Enshu's whereabouts had been unknown, but Enshu's cultivation was only at the Jindan period. Where would he take Kong Kong and Miao Miao to? Mu Yu couldn't be sure, because Kong Kong and Miao Miao had stayed in the 50-mile garden for so long, they must know many people. Mu Yu wasn't sure if the middle-aged man mentioned by the scholar was Enshu. But if someone took Kong Kong and Miao Miao, where did Lan Ling go? Was she also taken away? If it's Enshu, then Enshu should know how to avoid the threefold palace, so we don't have to worry about Kong Kong and Miao Miao, Xiao Shui said. Mu Yu nodded. Currently, he didn't have any clues, so he could only think like this. Enshu had followed Master for many years, so he must know a lot of secrets. Maybe he knew how to avoid the investigation of the threefold palace. Now that the evil sects had also suffered a serious attack, the cultivation world seemed to have become even more unsafe, so they could only take one step at a time. Mu Yu thought for a moment and asked again, "Then what about Shimen Wuji and WNWAN?" Yuanlang Zhuang had a worried expression on his face and said, "The people from the Sanchong Palace are here for the two of them. It's just that the two of them aren't here most of the time, but I remember when Wanwan left last time, she said she wanted to go to Qi Shui City." Kai Shui City? Where is that? Mu Yu had never heard of this city. Kai Shui City, it is a city that appears and disappears mysteriously. It is said that very few people in the cultivation world can find this city, because it is a forbidden area for cultivators. Kai Shui City is located on the banks of the Kai Shui River, and even the Kai Shui River is not fixed. Zhuang Yuanlang said. Kai Shui River is not fixed. What does that mean? Little Shui asked. Zhuang Yuanlang shook his head, I also haven't seen it before. That river appears and disappears mysteriously. I heard WNWN say that when you don't want to find it, you might find this river, but if you want to find it, you won't be able to find it. There is actually such a place. Mu Yu felt a bit surprised. It seemed that there were still many places in the threefold continent that he didn't fully understand. At least, he had never heard of Kai Shui City before. Tianran, have you heard of Kai Shui City? Mu Yu asked. Tianran was a member of the Red Dust sect. Even though the Red Dust sect no longer existed, it was still one of the 8 sects with an important position in the cultivation world. She should know about this place on the threefold continent. Tianran slightly frowned and pondered for a bit before saying, I heard Mother talk about Kai Shui City. Rumor has it that it is a place where mortals live. When cultivators set foot there, their cultivation would be crippled by powerful existences and they would become mortals, unable to leave. Mother didn't say exactly where it is, because it's a legendary city that can move. It's erratic and everyone only heard rumors, but no one knows if it really exists. Mu Yu was even more curious about Kai Shui City. A moving city and river, what kind of place was that? He couldn't figure it out, so he could only put it aside for now. Now that the evil faction's Luin court had been destroyed like this, he couldn't do anything about it. The threefold palace's actions were too vicious. Right now, he could only hope that others would know how to protect themselves. Mu Yu helped Zhuang Yuanlang heal his injuries until Zhuang Yuanlang could move on his own. He then left Luin court. Zhuang Yuanlang said that he would look for Jubi Ying. Jubi Ying ran gambling houses all over the cultivation world. This time, he was lucky enough to escape this disaster. Mu Yu and Tian Ran returned to the small courtyard at Liu Li Street. Elder Zun and the rest looked a little gloomy. Evidently, Mu Yu didn't find Kong Kong Miao Miao and Lan Ling Elder Zun's face was filled with self-blame. Elder Zun, don't worry. No matter what, it's not safe for you guys to stay here. I will bring you guys to the Array sect, Mu Yu said. Qing Mai shook her head. I don't want to go. I want to wait for Cheng Yang to come back. After the incident at Clearwater City, the four of them had different beliefs and chose to go their separate ways. Luo Shong came back once and left without saying goodbye. Cheng Yang also left later and never came back. Mu Yu had an indescribable feeling in his heart. He then sighed, Senior Cheng Yang will be fine. Don't worry. Ching Song Taoist naturally knew his daughter's thoughts. During the time that Cheng Yang left, Qing Mai became silent. She had been waiting for Cheng Yang to come back. As a father, Ching Song Taoist also loved her dearly. He said, Qing Mai, we are too weak. If we are captured by the Sanchong Palace, we will only be a burden to them. Let's listen to Mu Yu. If Cheng Yang comes back, he will know where to find Mu Yu. Qing Mai clenched her teeth. The cultivation world had become chaotic and the person she missed was wanted by the people of the cultivation world. She was afraid that one day, she would suddenly hear that something happened to Cheng Yang. She couldn't bear all of this. However, her father was right. It wasn't safe to stay here. She might even become a burden. She could only agree. Then I will leave a letter for him to tell him where we are going. Mu Yu didn't object. The small courtyard's formation was very safe. After all, it was personally set up by his master. It wouldn't be easy for the people of the Sanchong Palace to enter. Leaving a letter wouldn't expose anything. Mu Yu brought Elder Zun and the rest away from the southern 50-mile garden and rushed to the Array faction overnight. He entrusted Master Lu to arrange a place for them to stay. Mu Yu himself went to find Zhuge Xiaoxing without stopping. Zhuge Xiaoxing and village chief Old Bu were in the Array hall. When Mu Yu came in, he asked, Sect Master, have you heard of Chishure City? Zhuge Xiaoxing should know a little about the cultivation world. After all, Zhuge Xiaoxing was once the leader of a sect. He designed formations for people everywhere in the cultivation world. He was much more competent than Mu Yu, the sect master who left everything to others. Zhuge Xiaoxing's expression changed and he said in surprise, Chishure City? Mu Yu, why are you suddenly asking about this? Because Wanwan said she wanted to go to Chishure City. Mu Yu told Zhuge Xiaoxing about what happened in the southern 50-mile garden. Zhuge Xiaoxing nodded thoughtfully and said, Chishure City is a very mysterious city. I went there once and it was unforgettable. Mu Yu was overjoyed. He didn't expect Zhuge Xiaoxing to have been to that place. Sect Master, tell me about it. Mu Yu had a vague feeling that Chishure City, a forbidden area for cultivators, should be hiding some unspeakable secrets. Since it could become a forbidden area for cultivators, did that mean that people from the Threefold Palace couldn't set foot in it? Currently, there were two places that the Threefold Palace couldn't set foot in. One was the Array faction, the other was the Pill Cauldron sect. Could Chishure City be the third? Zhuge Xiaoxing recalled for a moment and said, dozens of years ago, I went there with the Ancestral Master. At that time, I was still very young. The Ancestral Master said that an old friend invited him, so the Ancestral Master asked me to follow and see the world. After entering Chishure City, I had a very strange feeling all over my body. It was as if all my cultivation was taken away in an instant. Only when I was beside the Ancestral Master was I not affected by this power. Now that I think about it, even if I go there now, I will be affected by this power. If I'm not wrong, that power should be the power of a domain. Mu Yu understood something. If Mu Yu guessed correctly, the Array Heavenly Dao's cultivation should be at the Great Ascension stage. After all, the Array Heavenly Dao was able to help set up the immortal confining prison, so his strength shouldn't be too bad. Chapter 1048. That's right, the owner of the Great Ascension Stage is a Grand Ascension Stage Senior. The Patriarch told me that the defenses of the Great Ascension Stage are no less than that of our Array sect's Array Hall, Zhuge Xiaoxing said. No less than that of the Array Hall? Doesn't that mean the Great Ascension Stage City is also a Dao tool? Mu Yu exclaimed. Dao tool? What's a Dao tool? Zhuge Xiaosheng asked in confusion. Sect leader, you don't know about Dao tools? Our Array sect's Array Hall and the Pill Cauldron sect's Ruins Opening Cauldron are both Dao tools. Little Shuai, do you still remember the inscriptions we deciphered in the Ruins Opening Cauldron? Tell us about them for the sect leader to hear, Mu Yu said to Little Shuai. In order to save the Pill Cauldron sect, they had to decipher 81 inscriptions in order to activate the Ruins Opening Cauldron to form an explanatory sentence. Little Shuai shook his head and said, Are you talking about those strange inscriptions? Let me think. At the beginning of chaos, all laws were born and died. Tao gave birth to one gave birth to two extremes gave birth to the four divisions gave birth to the 8 trigrams, and the 8 trigrams gave birth to all things. The two energies of yin and yang originated from chaos, existed within Dao tools, and were bestowed upon one's heart. There's also a sentence. Dao follows nature, Dao tools of the 9 heavens rule the universe, and spirit tools of the 5 elements give birth to all things. Nameless is the beginning of heaven and earth, nameless is the mother of all things. Little Shuai then muttered, I still don't understand these words. I only remember that the eternal existence of heaven ends when chaos closes, and the binding spirit of the shadow god is not within the 5 elements. That handsome binding spirit should be referring to me. Mu Yu suddenly thought of something and slapped his own head. He instantly understood a lot. The two energies of yin and yang originated from chaos, existed within Dao tools, and were bestowed upon one's heart. The two energies of yin and yang refer to the yin and yang of chaos. Little Black and Little White leaped out from Mu Yu's body and played happily in the air. Mu Yu explained, at the time, we didn't see Da Hei and Da Bai, so we didn't know what that meant. But now that I think about it, the 9 heavens Dao artifacts dominate the universe, and the 5 elemental spiritual artifacts give birth to all things. That is to say, there are at least 9 Dao artifacts, and each Dao artifact should contain chaos and yin and yang. For example, the owner of the Cauldron of Apocalypse is Deadwood Daddy, and the owner of the Array Hall is now me. Since the 5 elemental spiritual artifacts give birth to all things, the 5 elemental spiritual artifacts must be referring to this. The sword of Mu Ling appeared in Mu Yu's hand. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible because the sword of Mu Ling was a very powerful item. Even Gomang himself was not very clear about its origin. From the looks of it, the water spirit in Qiao Shue's hand was also a 5 elemental spiritual artifact. As for whether Chengyang, Luo Shong, and Xiong Nan had obtained a 5 elemental spiritual artifact, Mu Yu didn't know. Mu Yu continued, Little Commander, you just mentioned that the heavenly eternity exists until chaos closes, and the shadow god's spirit binding is not within the 5 elemental spiritual artifact. The shadow god refers to my master, and the spirit binding is not within the 5 elemental spiritual artifact refers to you, so the heavenly eternity must be referring to the power of the heavenly eternity within the bodies of the 9 immortal being. When the 9 immortal beings are not sufficient, heaven and earth will be destroyed, which means that chaos will close. Zhuge Xiaosheng didn't really understand what Mu Yu was saying, so he asked, what's the point of knowing this? The 9 heavens Dao artifacts, the Cauldron of Apocalypse, and the Array Hall can all withstand the invasion of the Third Palace. If the Third Palace can't starve people in Kaishui City, then Kaishui City can too. And we still haven't found the other immortal being, Ran Hengshi. Mu Yu thought of a possibility. Could the owner of Kaishui City be Ran Hengshi? Little Commander slapped his head and said with sudden realization, a domain ability that can suppress cultivation. If the owner of Kaishui City is Ran Hengshi, then Ran Hengshi's domain ability is Spiritless No Immortal. Mu Yu and Little Commander said in unison. Spiritless No Immortal? Zhuge Xiaosheng and Tian Ran didn't understand. They knew very little about the domain abilities of the Great Ascension stage. Mu Yu explained, when we left Kaishui City, we went out to sea and went to the Sea Demon King's dynasty. Perfected Xian Jizi sealed the Sea Demon King and left behind a demon-suppressing pagoda with many powerful array techniques. Perfected Xian Jizi, Sect Master, you should know about him, right? Zhuge Xiaosheng nodded. Perfected Xian Jizi was a very powerful array master in our array faction. It was recorded in our array faction's records that he was very talented and created many powerful array techniques. However, he didn't seem to be willing to be the sect master of the array faction. Instead, he focused on researching array techniques. Later on, he mysteriously disappeared. He mysteriously disappeared because he went to the Demon Island to suppress the Sea Demon King. He was the true owner of the Third Palace more than 5,000 years ago, Mu Yu said. Although the people of the Third Palace wanted to keep it a secret, the Third Palace was no longer what it used to be. It was controlled by the mutated races, and Zhuge Xiaosheng could be trusted. Therefore, Mu Yu didn't hide anything. What? The owner of the Third Palace? Zhuge Xiaosheng was shocked. Mu Yu explained Helion Kong's matter in detail. After hearing Mu Yu's words, Zhuge Xiaosheng was extremely shocked and didn't recover for a long time. There was actually a third palace master hidden among our array faction's ancestors? Heavens! I didn't know at all. Zhuge Xiaosheng muttered. This news was truly shocking to Zhuge Xiaosheng. He originally thought from the ancient records of his ancestors that Daoist Master Xian Jizi was just an elder who didn't care about worldly affairs. He didn't expect Daoist Master Xian Jizi's identity to be so terrifying. However, as the owner of the Third Palace, Daoist Master Xian Jizi abided by the principle of confidentiality. He would only stand out when the cultivation world was in danger. At other times, he wouldn't reveal his identity. Therefore, no one in the array faction knew about this. Mu Yu continued, when we entered Daoist Master Xian Jizi's Demon Sealing Pagoda, one of the floors of the Demon Sealing Pagoda was restricted by a type of domain ability. That domain ability was called Spirit End, no immortal. It was there that we dealt with the Gate of Hell's Ghost cherishing life. That's right. We cut him into 8 pieces, little Shuai added proudly. Mu Yu had always felt that the Spirit Extinction no immortal domain was very heaven-defying, because no one could use spells in this domain. Their spiritual power was completely suppressed, and they were like real mortals. In this type of domain, if one wanted to defeat an opponent, they had to rely on their flexibility and strength. At that time, Ghost Cherishing Life had a strange magical technique. His body was similar to Duke Meng's old friend Jiang Yu, who was trapped in the Twin Corpse Sea. Mu Yu had the Shadow Clone Sword. Even if he couldn't use spirit energy, his sword techniques were still powerful. If Great Water City itself was a Dao artifact, or if Great Water City had a Dao artifact protecting it, then there must be someone in Great Water City who could control the primal yin and yang. Mu Yu needed to meet this person. Zhuge Xiaosheng suppressed the shock in his heart. He thought for a moment and continued, "Oh right, there is one more thing that I find very strange. There are some people in Great Water City who don't have shadows." No shadows. There are people in this world who don't have shadows. Mu Yu furrowed his brows. Little Shuai continued, "Mu Yu, have you forgotten? The 2 people we met in Clearwater City, what were their names again?" "Oh right, Bai Yi Tian and Bai Yi Chan. They are people who don't have shadows." They don't have shadows. Are you sure? Mu Yu didn't notice this at first because the first time he met Bai Yi Tian was at night. At that time, he was thinking about saving Mu Xin and didn't pay attention to this. The second time was after he met his senior brothers. He was a little depressed and didn't want to talk to the Shadowless clan. That's right. Bai Yi Tian came to find us twice. Both times he appeared, he stood in a very tricky position. He happened to be in the shadow of a rock in the desert. I couldn't tell if he had a shadow or not. But how could they hide their skills from me? Little Handsome snorted. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Mu Yu knocked Little Shuai's head. Didn't he say that he was from the Shadowless clan? The Shadowless clan, a clan without shadows, doesn't that mean they don't have shadows? I thought you already knew about it, so I didn't mention it. Little Shuai blinked. Mu Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He carefully recalled the 2 times he met the Shadowless clan, and he really didn't pay attention to this. He slowly said, at that time, Bai Yi Tian said that the Shadowless clan existed to destroy the Shadowless Man organization. I always thought that the Shadowless clan meant to eliminate the Shadowless man organization from the world of cultivation. But it's strange. What's wrong? Little Shui asked. Have you ever thought about one thing? We always thought that the Shadowless man organization was a pawn of the Sanchong Palace, but the elder Yellow Spring of the Gate of Hell, who had been lurking in the Gate of Hell for so long, was actually a tribulation passing stage shadow killer of the Shadowless man organization. If the Shadowless man organization was a pawn of the Sanchong Palace, then Shadow Killer Yellow Spring should have helped the Gate of Hell, but at that time, Shadow Killer Yellow Spring chose to stand by and watch us kill Ghost cold. This is obviously not right. At that time, Shadow Killer Yellow Spring came to Muyu for Chengyang. Chengyang had some connection with Shadow Killer Winter Solstice. Muyu guessed that Chengyang knew some major secrets of the Shadowless man organization, so Shadow Killer Yellow Spring must find Chengyang. Muyu then analyzed, the shadow killers of the Shadowless man organization all rely on shadows to kill people. If Bai Yi Tian doesn't have a shadow, then this is very strange. Everyone in the third celestial layer has a shadow. I have never heard of anyone without a shadow. If I'm not wrong, maybe the Shadowless clan is also an alien race outside the third celestial layer, just like the Soul race, the Ghost race, and the Moon race. The Shadowless clan is also one of them. The more Muyu thought about it, the more he felt that this possibility was very high. Then Chishure City was not as simple as a city without cultivators. It was very likely that it was the settlement of the Shadowless clan. But what is the origin of this Shadowless clan? Tian Ran asked. None of them knew the origin of the Shadowless clan. Only when Master Lu helped the Shadowless man organization with their array business did he hear about the origin of the Shadowless clan. When Helion Kong was on the Demon Island, didn't he say that the origin of the Shadowless clan was to avenge the white-bearded old man? That young man called by Liangsheng got some pointers from the white-bearded old man, and then he soared into the sky, right? Muyu, Xiao Shui said. Muyu shook his head and said, some of what Helion Kong Sr. said on the Demon Island can't be taken seriously. At that time, Helion Kong Sr. was a member of the Third Celestial Layer Palace. He guarded the secrets of the Third Celestial Layer Palace, and one of the rules he had to follow was confidentiality. So what he said about the origin of the Shadowless clan might just be a casual lie. Sect Master, do you know how to get to Chishure City? Zhuge Xiaosheng said, I don't know. At that time, my cultivation was still very low. My ancestor used a great magical power to take me to a very ordinary river surrounded by fog. We kept walking along the river. Later, my ancestor took out a token and threw it into the river. Then we saw the city. Token. Chapter 1049. Token. Is it this one? Muyu's heart skipped a beat, and a black token appeared in his hand. This token didn't have any fancy patterns, only the word Shadowless was engraved on it. Yes, this is it, but Muyu, how did you get this token? Zhuge Xiaosheng asked in surprise. Muyu replied, the Shadowless clan came to me and asked me to cooperate with them, but I refused. However, Bai Yutian left me this token and said that he would wait for my news. In Clearwater City, in order to find Muyu, the Shadowless clan used some extreme methods. Muyu didn't like that Bai Yutian kidnapped his family, so he didn't want to cooperate with the Shadowless clan. But now that he found that many things seemed to point to the Shadowless clan, he had to pay a visit to the Chishure City where the Shadowless clan was located. Muyu also had to figure out if Shadowless killer Akron wanted to find Chengyang because Chengyang knew some important secrets of the Shadowless clan. If the Shadowless clan had some relationship with the Shadowless clan, would Chengyang also go to Chishure City to find the answer? There was also Xiong Nan. Bai Yutian and Bai Yechan wanted Muyu to help the Shadowless clan in Clearwater City, but they were rejected by Muyu. Would Bai Yutian and Bai Yechan turn to Xiong Nan? It must be known that Xiong Nan's plan to destroy the Sanchong Palace in another way seemed to coincide with the Shadowless clan's plan. Muyu knew that the possibility of this was very high. Zhuge Xiaosheng asked hesitantly, Muyu, do you want to go to Chishure City? Why don't I go with you? Muyu shook his head. No need. At this juncture, the Array faction needs someone to oversee it. Sect Master, you can handle any sudden situations in the array faction. Tien Ran and I will go there. Right now, the cultivation world was in turmoil. Although village chief Old Bu was a strategist, he was still a person without cultivation. Only with Zhuge Xiaosheng's assistance could he ensure that nothing would go wrong. Mu Yu and Tien Ran left the array faction and arrived at a mountain not far from the array faction. Tien Ran sat on a large rock and suggested, Mu Yu, where are we going to find Bai Yu Tian now? Why don't we find a random river and throw the token in? Xiao Shuai laughed and said, then if it doesn't work, wouldn't we still have to go and fish for tokens? In my opinion, we should look for Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui will definitely be able to. Tien Ran pulled Xiao Shuai's ear. Xiao Shui, are you looking down on me because I'm useless? No, I like Big Sister Tien Ran. Big Sister Tien Ran is so powerful, how can I look down on you? Xiao Shui quickly jumped into Tien Ran's embrace and said fawningly, liar, you must have said the same thing to Xiao Shui. Is it Mu Yu? Tien Ran tapped Xiao Shuai's forehead and turned to look at Mu Yu. Mu Yu helplessly glared at little Shui. Why did he have to blabber nonsense? He said in all seriousness, little Shui, this guy likes to talk nonsense, don't pay attention to him. We don't need to look for him. We just need to inject spirit energy into this black token, and that person called Bai Yu Tian will come to find me. This is what he said last time. Mu Yu injected his spirit energy into the black token. After the black token absorbed Mu Yu's spirit energy, it suddenly flashed with a thick black light, as if it was swallowing the light around it. A strange fluctuation came from the black token. I want to see what kind of background your shadowless clan has. Mu Yu let the token float in the air. The sun shone on the black token, and he discovered that there was no shadow on the token after the sun shone on it. After the black token absorbed Mu Yu's spiritual power, it lit up with a rich black color. Then, it turned into a cyan color and emitted a strange aura. The cyan token trembled and then began to fly into the distance. Is it going to lead the way for us? Mu Yu was stunned for a moment, then he immediately called Tien Ran to follow it. The token flew very fast, but it was still far slower than Mu Yu. After all, Mu Yu was a tribulation passing stage self-cultivator. Following the token, he sped through the air, passing by numerous lofty mountains and precipitous ridges, mountains and rivers. After flying for about an hour, the token turned a corner and sped down. Mu Yu had been paying attention to the places the token passed by. Although he had no sense of direction and had a bad sense of direction for the first time, he would not forget the road once he had walked it once. Therefore, after he memorized the route, he began to have doubts. Isn't this the direction to Wuqiu City? That's strange. Is Wuqiu City Qi Shui City? Xiao Shui asked curiously. Qi Shui City was a city surrounded by rivers, so it was unlikely that Wuqiu City was related to Qi Shui City. However, the token did not go to Wuqiu City. Instead, it went to a mountain range outside Wuqiu City and then rushed towards the mountain stream. At this time, two extremely powerful auras came from the mountain stream. Terrifying fluctuations came from the mountain stream. The entire mountain stream was filled with smoke and dust. It had been destroyed beyond recognition. This is the aura of a tribulation passing stage cultivator. Who is fighting here? Mu Yu and Tien Ran looked at each other and saw a trace of confusion in each other's eyes. Xiao Shui quickly grabbed the token that was about to fly down and did not let it go any further. Then, a powerful invisibility formation wrapped around them and covered their auras. In the mountain stream, two figures were fiercely fighting. These two people were a man and a woman. Both of them looked to be around 30 years old and were in the tribulation passing stage. The man's cultivation was stronger, but Mu Yu had never seen them before. In addition, not far from the mountain stream, there was another person whose aura was restrained. He was dressed in a black robe. This person did not reveal any skin and was covered by a hood. He seemed to be enjoying the fight between the two people. Shi Hongyi, your threefold palace is really something. You can even control our people. The man in brown clothes stared at the figure covered in a black robe in the distance with an extremely angry expression. Then, His gaze fell on the woman in yellow opposite him and revealed a trace of worry. Shangguan Lin, your people from the Shadowless clan don't know how to appreciate kindness. Since you've participated in this game, we must play properly. The black-robed man from the threefold palace was Shi Hongyi, who had gone to capture the old village chief in the Moyun mountain range. He was ranked 8th on the Supreme Immortal list. Despicable. The man called Shangguan Lin spat. Then, he dodged a blade shadow from his people opposite him. He anxiously said to the woman in yellow, Junior Sister Murong, how did you get into trouble? The battle between Shang Guanlin and the yellow-clothed woman was earth-shattering. The entire mountain stream had already been destroyed beyond recognition. However, Shang Guanlin's cultivation was clearly higher than the yellow-clothed woman's, but he had been merciful to the yellow-clothed woman. Obviously, he did not want to hurt her. Shangguan Lin, aren't we going to find this guy? I didn't expect him to be a member of the Shadowless clan. Mu Yu, who was watching from the sky, said thoughtfully. On the Supreme Immortal list, Shangguan Lin was ranked 41st, but it showed that he was a rogue cultivator. It seemed that the so-called rogue cultivators on the Supreme Immortal list were not as simple as they seemed. What? You can't bear to make a move on Murongyun? Looks like I have to do it myself. Shi Hongyi sneered. The black robe on his body suddenly shattered. Then, white soul power instantly spread out from his body. He was like a divine god standing in the sky, making people exclaim in admiration. One had to admit that the threefold palace used soul power to disguise themselves. They looked very convincing to many self-cultivators. It's Shangguan Lin and Murongyun. Both of them are the targets we're looking for, right? Strange, so Murongyun has already fallen into the hands of the threefold palace. Little Shuai said. Murongyun, ranked 51st on the Supreme Immortal list. But according to village chief Old Buyu's calculations, this Murongyun was not simple. At first, everyone was a little suspicious of village chief Old Buyu's words. Only Mu Yu believed it. But now, it seemed that village chief Old Buyu's eyes were very sharp. Murongyun and Shangguan Lin were both members of the Shadowless clan, but Murongyun was already under Shi Hongyi's control. Shi Hongyi was using Murongyun to deal with Shangguan Lin. Soul Technique Luo Yin, Heavenly Demon Seal. 9 blood-colored soul beads had already appeared in front of Shi Hongyi's chest. They quickly merged together in the air and formed a huge seal that was thousands of feet tall. It was like a mountain that could hold up a mountain. It was so heavy that it pressed down on the surrounding space. It was as if the entire space could not withstand this mountain and was about to collapse. Shangguan Lin angrily snorted. He waved a long spear in his hand. The long spear flickered with a cold light. With a flash, the long spear had already collided with Shi Hongyi's huge seal. The two collided with each other and let out a deafening sound. Shangguan Lin took a step back, but Shi Hongyi did not move at all. Shi Hongyi's strength was still slightly stronger than Shangguan Lin's. It's the maggots from the threefold palace. Should we go and teach them a lesson? Little Shuai asked while rubbing his hands. Wait, let's see how much strength this Shangguan Lin is hiding first. Mu Yu did not act rashly. They were attracted here by the Shadowless clan's token. It seemed that the token should be used to find the Shadowless clan's own people. Mu Yu had already seen Shi Hongyi's strength before. He was at least in the 8th heaven of the passing tribulation realm. He was extremely powerful. Shang Guanlin, who was only ranked 41st on the Extreme Immortal ranking, only took a step back when facing Shi Hongyi, who was ranked 8th on the Extreme Immortal ranking. This Shadowless clan was really full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. They were not inferior to the threefold palace. In front of our soul clan, your Shadowless clan can only submit. Shi Hongyi shouted once again, and the majestic heavenly devil seal already pressed down towards Shang Guanlin from all directions. At this time, Murongyun also rushed over from another direction. Murongyun's cultivation was also in the 5th heaven of the passing tribulation realm. Although she was not as good as the other two, it was already quite shocking that she could reach the passing tribulation realm at the age of 30. Bang! Shangguan Lin was sent flying. He could barely fight Shi Hongyi to a draw, but when Murongyun was added, he was instantly at a disadvantage. You should also obediently work for our soul clan. Chapter 1050. Shang Guanlin was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Just as he was about to be controlled, a golden lotus suddenly bloomed from above. The lotus was filled with a monstrous sword intent that swept into the sky. Immediately after, a sword aura swayed with immortal light fell towards Shihongi. I hate people from the third layer palace the most. Tian Ran's graceful figure had already appeared in the sky. Her expression was indifferent, like a lotus flower emerging from the water, untainted by the smoke and fire of the mortal world. The golden lotus image rotated around the sword aura. This sword aura was elegant and sharp, directly approaching Shihongi's face. What? Shihongi's originally complacent face changed in an instant. He felt the horror of this lotus sword intent. He didn't expect that a crossing calamity stage master would appear halfway at this time. When he fixed his eyes on it, his face suddenly became furious. The heavenly daughter of the Red Dust Sect, you are still alive. Whoosh. Shihongi had already retreated. At this time, the immortal Dew Sword's sword intent was 3 inches away from him. If he was a second late, he would have been split in half by Tian Ran. A mere transcending tribulation third-layer cultivator with a heavenly sword is actually so powerful. The heavenly sword of Jianying Chenfeng is indeed worthy of its reputation. The moment Shihongi saw Tian Ran appear, a trace of anger flashed across his face, but he was not afraid of anything. 1 against 1, Tian Ran wouldn't cause any harm to him. He was also confident that he could capture Shang Guanlin. Tian Ran was a transcending tribulation 5th-layer cultivator, so he and Murongyun would still have the upper hand against Tian Ran and Shang Guanlin. It's you. Shang Guanlin was also surprised when he saw Tian Ran appear, but his expression didn't relax. Although Tian Ran's heavenly sword was powerful, Shihongi's was even more powerful. You know me? Tian Ran curiously asked. The heavenly daughter of the Red Dust Sect, your relationship with Jianying Chenfeng is not shallow. I have long heard of your name. Shang Guanlin politely said. Tian Ran frowned. Could it be that Shang Guanlin also knew that she was Jianying Chenfeng's daughter? Don't worry. Our Shadowless clan's reinforcements will be here soon. As long as we can hold on for a little longer, Shihongi won't be able to escape today. Shang Guanlin stared at Shihongi. At the same time, he looked at Murongyun worriedly and said, Miss Tian Ran, that woman is my junior sister. Please don't kill her. Tian Ran nodded her head. Murongyun's cultivation was above hers, but she could rely on the immortal Dew Sword to barely fight against Murongyun. Are the people of the Shadowless clan so talented? Tian Ran thought to herself. Every one of them had a higher cultivation than her. Actually, Tian Ran was thinking too much. She and Mu Yu were only in their early 20s, while Shang Guanlin and Murongyun were already in their 30s. They started cultivating a few years earlier than Mu Yu and Tian Ran. They were all heaven's favored children. Tian Ran and Mu Yu were naturally more talented than Shang Guanlin and Murongyun. It's useless even if you guys work together. Today, I only wanted to capture 2 reckless Shadowless clan members. I didn't think that there would be such a pleasant surprise. It just so happens that the heavenly daughter of the Red Dust Sect is also here. It saves me the trouble of looking for her personally. Shihongi sneered. The 9 white soul pearls around him revolved around him, emitting an incomparably holy light. Where did you get the confidence to think that you can capture the people here? An elegant figure in blue landed in front of Shihongi, causing Shihongi's face to twist again. Mu Yu. Shihongi almost squeezed out these 2 words from the gaps of his teeth. Mu Yu looked indifferently at the Soul Clan member. There was only life and death between him and the Soul Clan member. Shihongi narrowed his eyes and sneered, It's actually you? It's a pity that I didn't kill you last time in the Moyun mountain range. What? The disciple of a true god who only knows how to run still wants to stop me. At that time, Mu Yu was besieged by the Grand Ascension Stage Palace Envoy, Crossing Tribulation Stage Jiyu and Shihongi. At that time, his strength had just stepped into the Crossing Tribulation Stage. He was far from being a match for these 3 people. And now, only a few months had passed. Shi Hongyi's cultivation was at the 8th heavenly layer of the crossing tribulation stage. In his opinion, no matter how powerful Mu Yu was, it was impossible for him to grow to a level that could threaten him in just a few months. With Shi Hongyi's pride as a Soul Clan member, he was confident that he could face these three people at the same time. "I'm not stopping you." The shadow clone sword in Mu Yu's hand trembled slightly, and a sword chi mixed with mysterious array patterns merged around his body. Mu Yu's eyes became indifferent. "I'm killing you." Shi Hongyi laughed. "You want to kill me with just the three of you? Now you don't have the domain ability of a Grand Ascension Stage cultivator, the help of the opening ruins cauldron, and the protection of the falling dust mountain array. Where do you get the confidence to kill me?" In the past, the people of the 3rd Heavenly Layer Palace who died at the hands of Mu Yu were either lower in cultivation than Mu Yu or were killed by Mu Yu using various powerful treasures and trump cards. Even if the Gate of Hell and Stargate were destroyed by Mu Yu, and Ghost Cold died, he believed that it was because the people of the Gate of Hell lost their twins. Shi Hongyi's cultivation was at the 8th Heavenly Layer, so he was not afraid of Mu Yu at all. Shang Guanlin knew how powerful Shi Hongyi was. He said to Tian Ran anxiously, "Mu Yu is no match for him. We have to work together to kill him." Tian Ran did not move or respond. She just looked at Mu Yu quietly. Mu Yu still faced Shi Hongyi indifferently. He did not like to talk too much during a battle. The sword chi in his hand suddenly rose from the ground and disappeared into the thousands of miles of sky, stirring up a magnificent and majestic green light. This momentum was constantly growing, and the entire sky was faintly trembling. However, Shi Hongyi's face was still full of contempt. So what if a person who had no trump cards had the Heaven Sword? He was the 8th person on the Extreme Immortal ranking, one of the top 9 Extreme Immortals. His strength was not on the same level as the people of the 3rd Heavenly Layer Palace who were killed by Mu Yu in the past. "Mu Yu, I'm different from the trash you killed. Today, I'll let you know what true strength is. You'd better surrender obediently." Shi Hongyi had already leaped into the sky, and his whole body bloomed with a sacred white light. The 9 soul pearls rotated rapidly around him and condensed behind him, forming an illusory big seal. The big seal was heavy and powerful, squeezing the void, like a mountain pressing down on everyone's chests. Shi Hongyi shouted, "Soul Dharma Luo Yin," swoosh. The sword chi in the thousands of miles of sky suddenly became extremely terrifying. The sword chi rose in an instant, and the whole sky seemed to be trembling because of this heaven sword. The sword chi seemed to have shattered the sky, and the green sword light merged into the void. When it reappeared, it was already above Shi Hongyi. Shi Hongyi's voice came to an abrupt end. He opened his eyes in horror, and his face was full of disbelief. A neat and cold sword light appeared from the center of his head to the bottom of his body. "How can this be?" Shi Hongyi spat out the last 3 words from his throat. Then, countless cracks appeared on his body, and sword chi overflowed from every crack. His whole body was like a cracked porcelain. Bang! Shi Hongyi's body suddenly exploded into thousands of fragments. However, these fragments didn't fly far before they were crushed by the powerful sword chi, turning into ashes that no longer existed. The seemingly powerful and majestic heavenly demon seal behind him was rolled up into white stars, disappearing without a trace. Instant kill. A real instant kill. Shang Guanlin was extremely shocked. He looked at Mu Yu with a face full of shock. Just a moment ago, he said that Mu Yu was no match for Shi Hongyi and wanted to help him with Tian Ran. But who would have thought that Mu Yu's strength was already so high? Shi Hongyi, who was ranked 8th on the Extreme Immortal ranking and had passed through the 8th heaven of the Tribulation stage, died before he could even use the Heavenly Devil Seal. Shang Guanlin swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Only now did he understand how powerful Mu Yu was. According to the information collected by the Shadowless clan, Mu Yu had just broken through the Tribulation stage a few months ago. But in just a few months, Mu Yu already had the ability to kill the 8th on the Extreme Immortal ranking. He knew that he and the people of the Third Palace had underestimated Mu Yu too much. How could the disciple of a true god be so simple? "I thought that after the destruction of the Stargate and the Gate of Hell, you would be a little smarter. I didn't expect you to still be so arrogant." Mu Yu waved his hand indifferently. The sword chi that connected the 9 heavens disappeared, and the shadow swords also disappeared into the void. The formation under his feet flashed, and he appeared behind Murongyun, who was being controlled by the people of the third palace. He stretched out 2 fingers and pointed at the back of Murongyun's head. When Shang Guanlin saw Mu Yu approaching Murongyun, he reacted and shouted anxiously, "Fellow Daoist Mu Yu, have mercy. She is a member of the Shadowless clan. Don't kill her." However, the formation in Mu Yu's hand had already merged with Murongyun's mind and destroyed the soul formation in Murongyun's mind. Then, he said calmly, "I only removed the control of the third palace on her." Murongyun let out a painful groan, and then fell down. Shang Guanlin caught her in time. He checked Murongyun's condition and found that she was still alive. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. Then, he looked at Mu Yu in surprise. "Fellow Daoist Mu Yu, why are you here?" Shang Guanlin didn't dare to underestimate Mu Yu anymore. Mu Yu was able to kill Shi Hongyi with 1 sword strike. This meant that his strength was far beyond his. Mu Yu took out the token that belonged to the Shadowless clan and said, "It brought me here." "This Shadowless token came from you?" Shang Guanlin was startled. "I thought it was our Shadowless clan's reinforcements coming here because I felt the aura of the Shadowless token, but I didn't know who it was. The Shadowless token you mentioned was given to me by Bai Yutian. I thought it would bring me to find Bai Yutian," Mu Yu said. Shang Guanlin used his spiritual power to suspend Murongyun and said, "After the Shadowless token is injected with spiritual power, it will automatically look for the nearest Shadowless token. This is the contact method of the Shadowless clan. Fortunately, I was lucky. I didn't expect you to save my life today." "Of course you were lucky. Cut the crap. Tell us, is Xiongnan in your Qi Shui city? You guys who don't have shadows, tell us the truth." Xiao Shui asked loudly on Mu Yu's shoulder. Chapter 1051. It seems like Daoist Mu Yu already knows about our Shadowless clan. Shang Guanlin nodded slightly. He wasn't surprised that Mu Yu knew about the Shadowless clan. The Kaishui city wasn't a secret to some people. After Shang Guanlin confirmed that Murongyun was fine, he continued, "A while ago, someone else went to Kaishui city to look for Xiongnan. Was it Cheng Yang?" Mu Yu asked calmly. "Yes, it was Cheng Yang. I have to say that the disciples of a true God are all extraordinary. Cheng Yang has already impressed me. I didn't expect you to become so powerful as well." Shang Guanlin praised. Cheng Yang was very powerful. He was so powerful that Shang Guanlin couldn't help but admire him. "Are Cheng Yang and Xiongnan still in Kaishui city?" Mu Yu didn't care about Shang Guanlin's praise. He just wanted to find his senior brother and figure out some things. Shang Guanlin shook his head. "Xiongnan did come to Kaishui city a long time ago, but he didn't want to work with us. Cheng Yang was the same. We don't know where they are now, but I think you should know what Xiongnan and Luo Shong did, right?" Mu Yu naturally knew that the Red Dust sect was destroyed by Xiongnan and Luo Shong. However, the rumor in the cultivation world was that it was Yuman who destroyed the Red Dust sect. "I want to see the city lord of Kaishui city," Mu Yu said. Shang Guanlin's eyes flashed with a strange light. "Before we came out, the city lord told us that if we met you and you wanted to ask him to deal with the third palace, he wouldn't interfere. Our Shadowless clan doesn't want to get involved in the cultivation world's disputes." "Really? If you don't want to get involved in the cultivation world's disputes, then why do you want to work with us? Don't you think that's a bit funny?" Mu Yu said coldly. The Shadowless clan had wanted to cooperate with Mu Yu for a few years. Now, they were saying that they didn't want to get involved. It seemed like something had happened. Shang Guanlin's expression changed. Then, he said, "There are many things that you don't understand. The Sanchong Palace is not as simple as you think." "Then tell me so that I can understand," Mu Yu said simply. Shang Guanlin shook his head. "The threefold palace is already so powerful that you can only look up to it. Although you are very powerful, the threefold palace is far from what you can deal with. What they want to do is not something that our Shadowless clan can stop. This world has come to an end." Mu Yu coldly looked at Shang Guanlin. With a shua sound, The shadow clone sword in his hand swept across Shang Guanlin's body. The sharp sword chi instantly cut off Shang Guanlin's hair, and a chill invaded Shang Guanlin's body, causing him to involuntarily shiver. Shang Guanlin's expression changed. "What are you doing? I'm not looking for you to listen to depressing words. If you don't want to say it, then there's no need for me to keep you alive. You clans that don't belong to the third heaven are always so self-righteous, but you can't do anything at all. Since you want to stay out of this, then rather than letting you wander around and be controlled by the threefold palace and cause trouble for me in the future, why don't I just kill you directly? It'll save me a lot of trouble." A murderous intent flashed in Mu Yu's eyes. He didn't like Shang Guanlin's attitude. It was just like how Shang Guanlin behaved in Clearwater City. Shang Guanlin had a self-righteous attitude that said, "I know more than you, so you should listen to me." Under such circumstances, there was no need for him to be polite to Shang Guanlin. Since he didn't know what was good for him, then he would kill him. Otherwise, if he was controlled in the future, he would have to kill him again. It would be even more troublesome. Shang Guanlin looked shocked. "How do you know that we're not a third heaven clan?" Mu Yu said contemptuously. "What? Is this what you mean by I don't understand? You guys that don't belong to the third heaven, and you think you're very mysterious? That you're one level higher than everyone in the third heaven? I've already killed a few soul race clansmen that are inexplicably confident. I don't mind killing a few more shadowless clansmen." Shang Guanlin's expression finally became serious, but he still gritted his teeth and said, "Even if you know this, it's useless. Let me tell you, the soul race is just being instructed by someone else. The existence behind the soul race, is it the so-called Heavenly Keeper?" Mu Yu asked. "You even know about the Heavenly Keeper?" Shang Guanlin exclaimed. Mu Yu looked at Shang Guanlin with disdain. "It seems that you're still too self-righteous. You treat all third heaven clansmen as fools. If you don't want to say it, I'll kill you and go find the shadowless race. I think the shadowless race is still very interested in you." Since the shadowless race and the shadowless race were enemies, Mu Yu's threat was enough to carry weight. Shang Guanlin clenched his fists. Only now did he realize how ridiculous he was. It turned out that everything he knew, Mu Yu already knew. And the shadowless race and the shadowless race were sworn enemies. If Mu Yu cooperated with the shadowless race, it would obviously be disadvantageous to the shadowless race. "I admit that I underestimated you," Shang Guanlin said solemnly. "I've seen the same attitude from Bai Yetian. You'd better answer my question. What's the name of the city lord of your Qi Shui city? Otherwise, I'll control you myself and kill you." Mu Yu's killing intent towards Shang Guanlin still didn't decrease. He hated arrogant clansmen like the shadowless race the most. He just wanted to get rid of the real trouble now. He didn't want to leave any trouble for himself. If he didn't say it, Mu Yu would definitely kill him. Shang Guanlin had also realized Mu Yu's current attitude. He gritted his teeth and said, "Our city lord is called Bai Mozhang. That's all I can tell you." "Bai Mozhang? Is he a master of the Grand Ascension stage?" Mu Yu frowned. At first, he guessed that the city lord of Qi Shui City was John Hanshi, but then he realized a problem. The shadowless race was not from the third celestial layer, so their city lord was naturally not from the third celestial layer. And John Hanshi was a third celestial layer with eternal life, so he shouldn't be a member of the shadowless race. "Yes," Shang Guanlin said solemnly. Mu Yu was silent for a moment. Since the shadowless race was a race outside the third celestial layer, they must know how to hide themselves. But he still had one more question. "Then do you know a person called John Hanshi?" "John Hanshi? The 9 immortal cultivators? We don't know him." Shang Guanlin shook his head and continued, "John Hanshi is a very mysterious person. It can be said that he is as mysterious as your master, Jenying Chen Feng. He is arrogant. Except for your master, he doesn't give face to anyone. Even our city lord has never seen him. We guess that he shouldn't be in the third celestial layer, but in another world. After all, the third celestial layer is still too small. When one's cultivation reaches a certain level, they will choose to travel to other worlds. Bai Mo Shong, Chu Bukyu, Ni Lei Zhunren, Zhon Hunshi, the monster king of the monster race. Sure enough, there were still a lot of third celestial layer Darching stage masters. It seemed that there must be a powerful Darching stage master in the Silhouette Being organization. But since Bai Mo Shong of the Shadowless race chose to stand by and watch, the Silhouette Being organization certainly wouldn't intervene. It was very difficult to rely on these people to deal with the third celestial layer palace. At present, Mu Yu could only rely on his fellow disciples. Did WNWAN of the evil sect go to Qi Shui City to look for you? Mu Yu asked again. Shong Guanlin's answer this time was simple. WNWAN did look for us. She wanted to find the whereabouts of Xie Bulao, but Xie Bulao and your master disappeared at the same time, so we are not very clear about this. Then where is she now? Mu Yu also needed to make sure that WNWAN was not controlled by the people of the Third Celestial Layer Palace. We don't dare to provoke the Golden Boy and Jade Girl of the evil sect. The two of them are very strong. Although their cultivation hasn't reached the Darching stage yet, even Darching stage masters may not be able to capture them. It's impossible for us to track their whereabouts, just like how we can't track you 4 fellow disciples. Shong Guanlin looked at Mu Yu and said with a strange look in his eyes, Shimen Wuji and WNWN are the same as you 4 fellow disciples. Their cultivation talent is second to none. After all, they are the 2 most favored disciples of Xie Bulao. It is no exaggeration to say that their potential is not weaker than yours. Shimen Wuji and WNWN were 2 of the few people in the cultivation world who were as famous as Jian Ying and Chen Feng's disciples. No one dared to provoke the 2 of them. The 2 of them flirted with the genius girls and middle-aged men of various sects, but they still lived a carefree life. This was enough to show how powerful they were. Mu Yu coldly snorted and said, "Do you know Yumor?" Shong Guanlin was startled. "Why are you looking for Yumor?" "The same reason I'm looking for you," Mu Yu said indifferently. Shong Guanlin's face turned pale. Although he and Murong Yun were strong, they were still slightly inferior in front of the Third Celestial Layer Palace. If it wasn't for Mu Yu's timely arrival, they would have definitely become puppets in the hands of the Third Celestial Layer Palace. Shong Guanlin pondered for a moment and replied, Yumor is a member of the Shadowless Man organization. She is the saintess of the Shadowless clan and is as powerful as the young master of our Shadowless clan. Is the young master of your Shadowless clan Xiao Ran? Mu Yu asked. Yes. Mu Yu raised his eyebrows. Yumor, who was only ranked 52nd on the Supreme Immortal list, was actually the saintess of the Shadowless clan. And that so-called Xiao Ran was also so powerful. Even Shong Guanlin and Murong Yun were both tribulation passing stage experts. Sure enough, the few people that the village head guessed had powerful background. Mu Yu was silent for a moment and said indifferently, "Then I think your young master shouldn't have fallen into the same situation as you." Shong Guanlin's face turned a little ugly after being mocked, but he couldn't refute anything. He thought that he knew some things and looked down on the Third Celestial Layer cultivators. However, some of the Third Celestial Layer cultivators were so powerful that they were unreasonable. Even his life today was saved by Mu Yu. This person is strong enough to fight with the young master, right? Shong Guanlin pondered. Mu Yu stared at Shong Guanlin thoughtfully. The array pattern in his hand flickered, and the shadow sword disappeared. You'd better not fall into the hands of the Third Celestial Layer Palace again. Otherwise, the next time we meet, I will not show mercy. Mu Yu and Tian Ran turned around and were about to leave. Shong Guanlin seemed to have thought of something and said, "Oh right, there's one more thing I need you to deal with." Chapter 1052. The wind on the mountain was very strong, causing their clothes to flutter noisily. Mu Yu sat on the mountain peak and looked at the city in the distance, lost in thought. Shong Guanlin had left, but he received bad news. Xiao Shui snorted and said, "That guy really knows how to cause trouble for us." Mu Yu didn't say anything. He knew that this matter wasn't that simple. Tian Ran patted Xiao Shui's head and asked Mu Yu, "What's our plan?" Mu Yu stood up and looked at the white clouds in the sky. She was elegant and relaxed. Then, she calmly said, "Kill." There was a small gambling city in the north of Pill City. It was a paradise for gamblers. Most of the Supreme Immortals on the Supreme Immortal leaderboard had appeared on the gambling table in the gambling city. The shadow killer of the silhouette being was also a common bet on the gambling table. Here, life was the biggest bet. Anyone could bet on it. After gambling a lot of money, it often meant that the Supreme Immortal on the Supreme Immortal leaderboard would be replaced. The City Lord of the Gambling City was a genius gambling god who was proficient in all kinds of gambling techniques, being. Not only was he good at gambling, but he was also good at running a gambling house. The rule of the gambling city was that there were no rules. Here, only gambling was accepted. No matter how high or low one's cultivation was, rich or poor, one would be a gambler in the gambling city. There were only transactions of money and the thrill of gambling. Even the powerful members of the 8 Gates didn't dare to act recklessly in the gambling city. This was because this was the territory of the evil sects. Causing trouble in the evil sect's territory was the last thing a cultivator wanted to do. But today was different. The sky was clear and blue, and the clouds were white. In the City Lord's mansion, the locust tree in the courtyard was full of vitality and swayed slightly. 2 people were sitting on a stone chair. Being furrowed his brows, as if something was bothering him. Sitting opposite him was the pale-faced Zhuang Yuan. Zhuang Yuan clenched his fists, looking very irritated. "Did he walk here?" Being asked. "Yes, he will be here soon." Zhuang Yuan nodded. The two fell into silence and didn't speak for a long time, as if they were thinking about something. The atmosphere was somewhat stifling. The wind rustled the treetops, and a few black crows let out a few sharp cries. The evil die in Being's hand flickered with a demonic red light as it revolved around his fingertips. A trace of ruthlessness appeared on his face. "Is the incident at Luyin Garden related to him?" Being asked. Luyin Yuan was ambushed by the Sanchong Palace, and only the top scholar survived. Zhuang Yuanlang shook his head. "It has nothing to do with him, but what happens next is related to him." Speaking of this, Being and the scholar's hearts seemed to sink slightly. That was a person who made them feel extremely fearful. "Where is Shimen Wucheng?" Being asked in a deep voice. "No, I can't find him," Zhuang Yuanlang said. "Then Wanwan." Being clenched his fists and hesitated. Plop! On the locust tree in the courtyard, 2 crows suddenly flapped their wings and flew into the sky, leaving behind a chilling core. A few black feathers slowly floated down from the sky, landing on the table in front of Being. Those feathers flickered with a demonic light and disappeared in an instant. Zhuang Yuanlang and Being looked at each other and stood up, their eyes filled with coldness. "They're here. Welcoming guests," the scholar said. Being flicked his sleeve and walked outside. "Those who come are guests. Our gambling city has never had a reason to not welcome guests." The evil die turned into a red light and disappeared from his fingertips. In the middle of the gambling city was an open-air casino. The gambling here was simple and straightforward. Life and death gambling. It was a spacious square arena that was 800 meters long. It was paved with the most expensive mysterious crystal slabs in the cultivation world. Even a body fusion expert wouldn't be able to leave a mark on the slab. Next to the arena was a row of iron fences that flickered with light. There were also traces of dried blood, which was a ghastly sight. The life and death arena was the place where cultivators settled their grudges. The gambling city's arena was very famous. Many gamblers would go crazy here, making their blood boil. Being was very smart. He attracted many people with grudges in the cultivation world here. As long as they settled the matter of life and death here, the person who survived would get a reward of 10 million spirit stones. The minimum cultivation level requirement was the spirit severing stage. 10 million spirit stones was a number that was enough to make people crazy. As long as the enemy came here to fight to the death, someone would get 10 million spirit stones in every life and death battle. Being never lost money. Every day, there would be a steady stream of gamblers pouring into the gambling city. In every life and death arena, there would be thousands of gamblers betting. Everyone could bet in a variety of ways, whether it was an instant kill, 3 moves, 10 moves, 10 breaths, or a counterattack, the gambling city would take a cut from all the gambling methods. Even if each method only took a cut, the profit of a life and death arena was far more than 10 million spirit stones. The gambling city was extremely lively. Every gamble meant that someone would die. Blood easily aroused the senses of many people who pursued excitement. The gamblers here were very crazy. They liked to gamble with blood. Every time a person fell, the cheers would shake the sky and make the whole gambling city shake. Death was very cheap in the life and death arena, as if it was a tool for fun. However, death was very precious in the life and death arena because death represented countless money. However, at a certain moment, the atmosphere in the gambling city seemed to freeze. It was as if something was strangling everyone's throat. No matter how rampant the gamblers were, they did not dare to make a noise. Only the sound of steady footsteps could be heard on the street. Here came 2 talented people. They walked on the street and walked step by step towards the life and death arena. They walked very slowly, but every step seemed to step on the hearts of the gamblers, making them miss a beat. It was an arrogant and indifferent youth. He was dressed very plainly and there was no fluctuation of cultivation on his body. He was like a low-level chi refining stage cultivator. He carried a heavy broadsword on his back. The broadsword was rusty and full of cracks, as if it would break into a pile of scrap metal with a touch. However, no one dared to look down on this ordinary broadsword. Even more so, no one dared to look down on the hidden youth. He was very famous now, and his origin was also very extraordinary. Like Jian Ying and Chen Feng's disciples, he was a genius from the Moyun mountain range. His name was Jiyu Etian, the real dark horse on the supreme immortal ranking. The other youth was dressed in Sword Cleansing Valley's uniform. His face was gloomy, but his aura was like the sun at noon. He did not restrain it at all and attacked everyone like a storm. It was as if he was deliberately trying to intimidate everyone present, making the thrill-seeking gamblers feel a deep sense of fear. Heavenly Spine Sword, a genius from Sword Cleansing Valley, ranked 23rd in the supreme immortal ranking. Jiyu Etian and Heavenly Spine Sword walked on the street and slowly walked towards the open-air gambling house. The gamblers along the way looked at them in horror. They entered the open-air gambling house, which was already filled with thousands of gamblers, as if they were all waiting for them. This gambling house was unprecedentedly grand. Du Being frowned as he looked at the 2 people in the distance. Although his cultivation had reached the body fusion stage, he still felt a chill. They were people he could not afford to offend. However, people from the evil sects were never afraid of death. Even if someone held a knife to their neck, they would not be afraid. The 2 people had already walked over slowly. A fallen leaf was blown from the alley. It rolled across the smooth street and landed lightly at Jiyu Etian's feet. The leaf trembled slightly and for some reason, it shattered into powder. "Are you here to solve the problem of life and death?" Du Being looked at the 2 people coldly. He was not as smooth as he used to be when he welcomed guests from all over the place. He only had a kind of solemnity. Heavenly Spine Sword looked at Du Being indifferently and said, "Yes." "The problem of your life and death?" Du Being asked again. Heavenly Spine Sword sneered, and the evil sect's Jade Maiden. Their goal was very simple. Heavenly Spine Sword had never put Du Being in his eyes. A tribulation passing expert was already standing at the peak of the cultivation world. Du Being's expression did not change at all. He asked calmly, 2 against 1? I won't participate in the battle. Heavenly Spine Sword's gaze fell on Jiyu Etian. Heavenly Spine Sword's task was not to participate in the battle, but to supervise the battle. With Boyang Daren's life, Heavenly Spine Sword did not need to do anything. Someone would take care of all the problems for him. Jiyu Etian did not say anything. He just walked indifferently towards the arena. There was already a charming woman standing there. She was the evil sect's Jade Maiden, WNWN, who was famous in the cultivation world for toying with middle-aged men. Her figure could be said to be a perfect goddess in the eyes of men. Her curves were beautiful, and her black hair fluttered in the wind. If they could touch such a graceful body, It would be worth it even if they died. A green gauze covered her body. The green gauze casually poured down, but it just happened to cover the parts that should be covered. It was revealing but not revealing. The wind brushed against her gauze, as if it was about to blow the gauze away. In the next moment, her peerless body would be revealed. However, the gauze just hung on her body and did not fall off. This made many gamblers itch unbearably. Jiu Etienne walked up the stage. His footsteps were very steady, and every step he took was very real. "I only have one question." Wan smiled. That smile was captivating and captivating, seducing the souls of countless gamblers. Jiu Etienne did not speak. He rarely spoke, especially when he was doing something that he did not like to do. Other than his master, Jiu Etienne only cared about his sword and opponents worthy of drawing his sword. In his eyes, Wan was last words. Heavenly Spine Sword did not enter the arena. He looked coldly at Wan and answered the question for Jiu Etienne. "Why don't you come up together?" Wan asked with a smile. Heavenly Spine Sword said disdainfully, "You want to fight one against two?" Wan shook her head. "I like to fight one against one. If I go up, it will be one against two." Heavenly Spine Sword sneered. Wan revealed a devastatingly beautiful smile. The millions of gamblers in the spectator stands secretly swallowed their saliva. That smile could make them go through fire and water, climb a mountain of swords, dive into a sea of fire, do anything for her. "You misunderstood me." Wan's gauze fluttered in the wind. She was still smiling. "If you come up, it will be one against one." Heavenly Spine Sword frowned. The bracelet on Wan's wrist jingled. It was crisp and pleasant. "Because killing you is just a matter of convenience. It will not affect my battle with him," Wan said. Chapter 1053. Wan's words weren't loud, but there were tens of thousands of gamblers in the open-air casino. None of them dared to make a ruckus, so they could hear everything clearly. No one would have thought that the evil sect's Jade Maiden would say such word. Heavenly Spine Sword, the genius of Sword Cleansing Valley, who was ranked 23rd on the Supreme Immortal ranking. Wan actually said that killing him was just a matter of convenience. Although everyone knew that Wan was very powerful, she wasn't powerful enough to kill Heavenly Spine Sword. Arrogant. Heavenly Spine Sword squeezed out these two words from between his teeth. Threefold Palace didn't want to keep the evil sect's Golden Boy and Jade Maiden. They didn't even have the thought of controlling Shimon Wuji and Wan. They just wanted to kill them and give this mission to Jiu Etienne. But in Heavenly Spine Sword's eyes, Wan was insignificant and he could just do it himself. But now, he was being looked down upon by Wan. As a genius swordsman of Sword Cleansing Valley, how could he endure this? "Jiu Etienne, you don't need to do anything today. I alone am enough," Heavenly Spine Sword said coldly. Jiu Etienne glanced at Heavenly Spine Sword and still didn't want to say anything. Heavenly Spine Sword walked onto the stage and a sword ray appeared in his hand as he pointed it at Wan. "I don't like to kill women, but you must die today." Heavenly Spine Sword's sword ray was cold and austere. Violent sword energy surrounded the sword. The air around the sword seemed to have collapsed and cracks appeared in the void, unable to withstand this terrifying sword aura. The sword stabbed out. All the gamblers held their breaths. That sword was too terrifying. It was clearly aimed at Wan, but it seemed to be aimed at everyone present. They couldn't help but tremble in fear. This was a terrifying sword aura that was unstoppable. Heavenly Spine Sword, the genius of Sword Cleansing Valley, who was known as the Spine of the Firmament, had carved his sword aura into the hearts of all the gamblers. They couldn't forget it. Would Wan's frail body be able to block such a terrifying strike? All the gamblers felt pity. If such a beautiful woman like Wan were to die under Heavenly Spine Sword, it would be the biggest regret in the cultivation world. Wan still had a smile on her face. Even when Heavenly Spine Sword attacked, her expression didn't change. She didn't even move her hand. The light breeze caused her muslin clothes to flutter. The green muslin wrapped around her arm suddenly grew longer and longer in the wind. It actually lightly welcomed the heavenly spine sword. When the weak scarf faced the unparalleled sword energy, everyone secretly felt pity. This was not a battle at all. How could the scarf block the heavenly spine sword? This was indeed not a battle of the same level. Who, with a light ring, Wanwan's scarf actually shattered the heavenly spine sword's sword momentum under everyone's shocked gazes and swept the violent sword away. However, the scarf still lightly pierced toward the heavenly spine sword's throat. The heavenly spine sword widened its eyes in shock and anger. It never expected that the sword that it had gathered all of its power for was actually unable to block that light scarf. All the gamblers' mouths were wide open in shock. That light scarf was still weak in their eyes, but for some reason, everyone believed that this scarf could pierce through the Heaven Spine Sword's throat and kill the Heaven Spine Sword. Wan, who was only ranked 32nd among the extreme immortals, was already so powerful that she could instantly kill the Heavenly Spine Sword, who was ranked 23rd among the extreme immortals. However, a hand blocked the Heavenly Spine Sword's throat and firmly grasped the scarf that was enough to take the Heavenly Spine Sword's life. It was Jiu Etian. The unstoppable Heavenly Spine Sword couldn't block the scarf, but Jiu Etian only used one hand to block the weak and terrifying scarf. Everyone was in an uproar again. They finally understood that what Wanwan said just now was true. Wan of the evil faction had only killed the Heavenly Spine Sword in passing. The real battle belonged to Wan and Jiu Etian. I was hoping that you would thank me for killing him for you. Wan didn't look surprised at all. She still looked at Jiu Etian with a smile. Jiu Etian didn't look at the Heavenly Spine Sword from beginning to end. If he dies, my master won't be able to live either. I understand. Wan nodded. Whoosh. The scarf had already retracted and wrapped around Wan's arm again. Go down, Jiu Etian said indifferently. The Heavenly Spine Sword's face was pale. Only now did he understand just how many people were stronger than him. His face was already white. Being looked down upon like this, he couldn't refute it. Only Wan and Jiu Etian were left in the arena. I thought the threefold palace would control you. Wan smiled. Her smile was enchanting and could make many men go crazy for her. However, she never thought that her smile could charm this person. Because he was Jiu Etian. They can't control me, Jiu Etian said simply. People with strong willpower can't be controlled by the threefold palace's shameful methods. Wan nodded. Why does the threefold palace want me to kill the two of you? Jiu Etian asked. The other was naturally referring to Shimon Wujie. Jiu Etian came to kill Wan, but he only came to kill Wan. He didn't even know the reason. Because they can't control us either, Wan casually replied. If they can't control you, they will destroy you. So that's how it is. Jiu Etian understood why he came here. He slowly unsheathed the sword on his back and said, You have the right to make me unsheath my sword. Wan was very strong. Jiu Etian respected his opponent. This is our evil faction's casino. I don't want the arena to be destroyed, Wan said. I understand, Jiu Etian calmly replied. A tribulation-passing expert could destroy heaven and earth with a single move. Everything within a radius of a few thousand meters would be reduced to nothing. However, since Wan brought it up, Jiu Etian would abide by it. The sword that was riddled with scars fell into Jiu Etian's hand. It looked like it would break into pieces at any moment. However, when Jiu Etian held the sword in his hand, the sword seemed to become one with him. Jiu Etian's originally unremarkable chi condensation aura suddenly became incomparably sharp. It was as if his entire body was a sharp sword that pointed straight at the sky. No one dared to look down on that lousy sword anymore because that lousy sword had become the focus of the entire arena. Everyone's breathing stopped and their heartbeats slowed. They were afraid that if they made any abnormal sound, they would become a ghost under that lousy sword. Holding the sword, swinging the sword, unsheathing the sword. Jiyu Etienne's movements were very simple. His gaze was also very cold. However, these three simple movements caused the entire open-air casino to undergo an earth-shattering change. The heavens and earth seemed to change color because of that broadsword. All the aura swept over that broadsword. That sword was even more terrifying than the heavenly spine sword. If the heavenly spine sword's sword aura was a surging river, then Jiyu Etienne's sword was a vast sea. Its aura was majestic and terrifying. Wan moved. She didn't move when dealing with the heavenly spine sword, but she had to move when fighting Jiyu Etienne. The weak white veil swept out again and circled around her. Her entire body was like a dancing butterfly. The veil let out a soft sound in the air. It was crisp and pleasant to the ear, but it was also filled with a soul-seeking aura. Ding! The white veil collided with the tip of the broadsword. The sharp sword aura and violent spirit energy intertwined with each other with the two of them as the center. A battle between tribulation-passing experts could destroy heaven and earth, but the entire arena was undamaged. Both of them controlled their strength and focused all their attacks on one point. They didn't deviate at all and didn't leak out at all. All the gamblers present held their breaths. They were even considering whether to leave this place to avoid being implicated. However, none of them wanted to miss a battle between two peak experts. To be able to witness such a battle was worth it even if they died. Buzz! The aura of the broadsword and the veil exploded. Both of them took a step back at the same time. Catcher! Catcher! A cracking sound came from the arena beneath their feet. The crack wasn't big and was almost invisible. However, the entire arena was silent. Everyone was a cultivator and their ears were very sensitive. They had already heard the two sounds. It seems that we've both broken the rules, Jiyu Etienne said indifferently. Wan chuckled. Her smile seemed to make the sun dim in comparison. You didn't use your full strength, Wan said. I don't want to kill you, but I have to kill you. Jiyu Etienne raised the sword in his hand again. For his master, he had to kill the other person. The air was very oppressive. A powerful aura swept through the entire open-air casino. But at this moment, it was as if an aura had torn apart the oppressive membrane here, allowing the spring breeze to blow in. A battle with apprehensions is the most boring. An indifferent voice resounded throughout the open-air casino. No one knew what was going on, but a figure suddenly appeared on the stage. This figure appeared so suddenly that it was as if he had been standing there from the beginning. Mu Yu! All the gamblers exclaimed. They recognized that figure. It was Sword Shadow Chen Feng's disciple, the genius who had created amazing battle records everywhere, Mu Yu. Little brother Mu Yu, we meet again. Wan smiled sweetly and threw a flirtatious look at Mu Yu. Wan, I shouldn't be your hobby, Mu Yu said with a smile. Wan had a fetish for uncles. She didn't like pretty boys. Many people knew this. You haven't revived uncle yet. Wan's eyes became very sad. She had always had feelings for dead wood. Mu Yu shook his head indifferently. Jiyu Etienne's sword slowly fell and turned to Mu Yu. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. I was just about to look for you, Jiyu Etienne said. I'm already here, Mu Yu said with a smile. Little Shuai sat on Mu Yu's shoulder and gnawed on a bunch of hawthorns. He wasn't interested in the battle here. The crunching sound of chewing spread throughout the casino. It was the strangest sound here. You know I want to kill you. Jiyu Etienne's voice had become heavy. You can't kill me right now, Mu Yu said. At the Chentian school in the Moyun mountain range, Jiyu Etienne lost to Mu Yu once. Are you so sure? Your heart isn't calm enough. A person with an unstable heart has an unstable sword, Mu Yu said. Jiyu Etienne didn't say anything, but the heavenly spine sword sneered again. Jiyu Etienne, kill Mu Yu and Wan. This is your mission. Mu Yu's eyes were very clear. He sized up the heavenly spine sword and revealed a thoughtful expression. Chapter 1054. Many people in the cultivation world knew that Jiyu Etian had defeated Heavenly Spine Sword. It was also that battle that made everyone understand just how deep Jiyu Etian had hidden his strength. Heavenly Spine Sword was like a mouse whose tail had been stepped on. He flew into a rage out of humiliation. Jiyu Etian, what are you still standing there for? If he doesn't die, your master will die. Heavenly Spine Sword said fiercely. He didn't like people exposing his scars. Jiyu Etian clenched his sword tightly. The sword that was full of cracks let out a soft hum. Mu Yu looked at Heavenly Spine Sword and smiled faintly. Heavenly Spine Sword, are you working for Threefold Palace willingly? So what if I am? The dignity of Threefold Palace is sacred and inviolable. The entire Threefold continent is led by Threefold Palace. I'm just adapting to the situation. Heavenly Spine Sword sneered. You're not controlled by the divine soul formation. It seems like killing you isn't too unjust. Mu Yu said. Heavenly Spine Sword laughed loudly. If you want to kill me, you'll have to ask Jiyu Etian first. Jiyu Etian sternly said to Mu Yu, you can't kill him. Mu Yu turned his head and said to Little Handsome, who was on his shoulder, lend me this hawthorn skewer. Then you have to remember to return me 2 skewers. Oh, no, 3 skewers, 4 skewers will do. Little Handsome reluctantly handed the bamboo skewer that only had 1 hawthorn left over to Mu Yu. This hawthorn is not bad. Mu Yu sized up the hawthorn skewer that Little Handsome handed to him. The last hawthorn on the skewer still had icing on it and a bite mark from Little Handsome. Mu Yu flicked his hand and the last hawthorn on the skewer flew toward Heavenly Spine Sword. It was only a hawthorn, but it contained an extremely powerful sword chi. It was as if it contained a divine sword, fierce and domineering. Heavenly Spine Sword's pupils constricted. He was shocked to find that he couldn't block this terrifying hawthorn skewer. How was this possible? He was a genius of Sword Cleansing Valley, yet he couldn't beat Jiyu Etian's chopsticks, block Wn Wan's scarf, and dodge Mu Yu's hawthorn skewers. The Heavenly Spine Sword's confidence had been greatly damaged. He was also in the tribulation realm. How could he be so weak in front of these 3 people? He couldn't accept it. I said, you can't kill him. Jiyu Etian frowned and reached out to grab the hawthorn skewer. Whoosh. Jiyu Etian's speed was extremely fast. His hand also contained a powerful sword intent as it collided with the hawthorn skewer. The last hawthorn with teeth marks was grabbed by Jiyu Etian. However, a bloody hole had appeared on the Heavenly Spine Sword's forehead. Jiyu Etian caught the hawthorn, but he didn't catch the bamboo skewer. The hawthorn skewer pierced through the center of the Heavenly Spine Sword's forehead, extinguishing his life force. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The Heavenly Spine Sword died just like that. The Heavenly Spine Sword, who was ranked 23rd on the Supreme Celestial Leaderboard, had actually been killed by Mu Yu's bamboo stick. Boom! The Heavenly Spine Sword's corpse fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. It was as if it had smashed into everyone's hearts. Every gambler was shocked. Jiyu Etian's cold expression turned into incomparable anger. I said, you can't kill him. Mu Yu said indifferently, in my eyes, I will definitely kill those who deserve to die. No matter what reason he has, I can't kill him. After coming out of the Moyun mountain range and experiencing so much, he understood that he couldn't be soft-hearted when dealing with enemies. If there was a reason to kill him, he had to kill him as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would only be a burden to himself. Jiyu Etian was unable to restrain his anger. The hawthorn in his hand had already been crushed into powder. If he dies, my master will die too. He had made any compromises for Boyang Daoren. If it hadn't been for Boyang Daoren who had brought him out of the academy and given him the opportunity to come into contact with cultivation, he wouldn't have been able to achieve what he had today. Boyang Daoren was his everything. He would never gamble with Boyang Daoren's life. Mu Yu said slowly, you're wrong. Even if he dies, your master won't die. Because to the Threefold Palace, your master's life is more valuable than the Heavenly Spine Sword. Jiyu Etian was stunned. If something happens to Boyang Daoren, will you still listen to the Threefold Palace? Mu Yu continued. The battle between the Xian immortals on the supreme immortal ranking was getting more and more serious. The variables in the battle between the 9 Xian immortals were getting bigger and bigger. The threefold palace had to grab all the chips they could, and Jiyu Etian was one of them. Jiyu Etian's strength was enough to contend with Mu Yu and the others in the supreme immortal stele, but the heavenly spine sword wasn't. Therefore, the heavenly spine sword could die, but Boyang Daoren couldn't. Jiyu Etian's expression gradually eased. He only worshipped power in his heart. He was very straightforward and didn't know how to turn around. Ha ha ha. Mu Yu, you're really smart. A cold laugh spread through the entire open-air casino. 2 hooded men in black appeared on the stage. Tribulation passing stage, 2 more tribulation passing stage expert. All the gamblers were shocked. They felt that today's trip was worth it. To be able to witness so many tribulation passing stage experts, they would have no regrets even if they died. If a useless person dies, then so be it. But your master is clearly still useful. One of the men in black glanced at the heavenly spine sword's corpse. The heavenly spine sword's death didn't matter to them. The threefold palace only valued people who could truly do things for them. Jiyu Etian gripped his broadsword tightly. His undulating chest gradually calmed down. But if you don't complete your mission today, your useless master won't be able to keep his only arm. Not only his arm, I guarantee that he'll lose both his legs too. He'll truly become a limbless piece of trash, the other man in black said coldly. The veins on Jiyu Etian's wrist bulged. He glared angrily at the 2 powerful men in black. The anger in his heart burned through his chest. Mu Yu, you killed Shihongi. How dare you appear here so brazenly? I really admire your courage. The man in black laughed. His words once again reverberated throughout the entire casino. Everyone was stunned. Shihongi, who was ranked 8th on the Supreme Immortal Leaderboard, had died at the hands of Mu Yu. This Mu Yu, has he become so powerful? Name. Mu Yu stared at the 2 men in black. These 2 men were very powerful. They were at least at the 9th level of the tribulation passing stage. Qi Xiangsheng. Lu Mingyuan. The 2 shadowy figures slowly reported their names. Everyone was so shocked that they couldn't speak. Qi Xiangsheng, ranked 7th on the Supreme Immortal Leaderboard. Lu Mingyuan, ranked 6th on the Supreme Immortal Leaderboard. The entire open-air casino was almost boiling with excitement. However, the pressure of a tribulation passing stage cultivator was so great that it forcibly suppressed their excitement. No one dared to say a word, let alone take a breath. Wan slowly walked to Mu Yu's side. So now it's 3 against 2. Little brother Mu Yu, I love to win with the few against the many. Mu Yu looked at the 3 men in front of him. Jiyu Etian was very powerful. Qi Xiangsheng and Lu Mingyuan weren't weak either. The 3 of them weren't any weaker than Mu Yu and Wan. If they really fought, it would be hard to say who would win. All the gamblers in the casino held their breaths. This was going to be an unprecedented battle. The 5 tribulation passing stage prodigies on the Supreme Immortal Leaderboard were gathered here. Today would definitely become the focus of the cultivation world's attention. Did you come prepared? Mu Yu asked indifferently. We've always been prepared to kill you, Qi Xiangsheng said coldly. Jiyu Etian raised his broadsword again and pointed it at Mu Yu. I'm sorry, but I have to kill you. Also, Jiyu Etian's eyes were filled with battle intent. I've always wanted to fight you again, I'll satisfy you. Mu Yu waved his hand at the iron fence of the casino in the distance. A huge piece of iron appeared in his hand. He raised his hand and the iron seemed to be made of mud in his hand. He forged an iron sword that was identical to the shadow clone sword. Jiyu Etian furrowed his brows. Use your heavenly sword, Jiyu Etian said. This sword is enough, Mu Yu said. The shadow clone sword in his hand was a heavenly sword that could communicate with heaven and earth. It was extremely powerful, but Jiyu Etian's broadsword was only an iron sword. Chapter 1055. The duel between the two swordsmen made everyone's hearts jump to their throats. In front of this terrifying sword intent, it didn't matter who won or lost. They were all subdued by this powerful sword intent. This was a realm that the gamblers present could never reach. No one dared to guess which side was stronger. However, the other two unrelated people on the stage moved. Qi Xiangsheng and Lu Mingyuan's bodies had already appeared with a sacred white light. 8 soul beads appeared around them. They were sacred and majestic, like two gods. But their target was actually Mu Yu. They wanted to take this opportunity to kill Mu Yu. Shameless. It was unknown who shouted, but all the gamblers roared angrily. This was the duel between Jiyu Etian and Mu Yu. They were fighting fair and square, but the winner hadn't been decided yet. But Qi Xiangsheng and Lu Mingyuan from the Threefold Palace actually took this opportunity to attack Mu Yu. They wanted to take advantage of Mu Yu's distraction to interfere with this duel. Taking advantage of others' difficulties was the most despicable thing. The two people from the Threefold Palace were shining with a sacred light. They were originally the symbol of authority in the cultivation world. But at this time, in the eyes of all the gamblers, these so-called gods were actually so ugly, they didn't dare to fight fair and square. They actually wanted to take advantage of the situation. Are all of you from the Threefold Palace so shameless? WAN had been paying attention to Qi Xiangsheng and Lu Mingyuan's movements. Almost at the same time as the two of them moved, the veil on Wan's body also moved. The veil that filled the sky wrapped around Qi Xiangsheng and Lu Mingyuan. Wan's veil was suffused with a casual but powerful aura. Even Qi Xiangsheng and Lu Mingyuan didn't dare to underestimate it. Lu Mingyuan was surrounded by the veil. His white soul power collided with Wan's veil, erupting with a terrifying wave. But Qi Xiangsheng had already passed through Wan's veil and continued to move towards Mu Yu. WAN could only block one person. We from the Threefold Palace don't need to pay attention to any principles. As long as we kill you, we can talk about anything. Qi Xiangsheng laughed loudly. His laughter seemed incomparably sacred as it reverberated throughout the entire casino, causing everyone to be infuriated. The people from the Third Palace are really shameless. So we all believed in the wrong Sanchong. The gamblers roared, but Qi Xiangsheng and Lu Mingyuan didn't seem to care that their identities as level 3 palaces were exposed. Because in their eyes, after today, the entire casino city would be a dead city. They wanted to kill everyone in Las Vegas. Even if the dead knew their identities and knew their dirty tricks, they would not be able to speak, let alone spread the news. Soul Technique Luo Yin, Heaven-Shaking Hammer. The 8 soul pearls around Qi Xiangsheng had already formed a sparkling white sledgehammer. This sledgehammer squeezed the space and smashed down towards Mu Yu. The terrifying aura seemed to shatter the starry sky and shake heaven and earth. Immediately after, the sledgehammer turned blood red. It was so strange. The blood red color was the blood protection shrouding the heavens that the people of the Third Palace had used to deal with Mu Yu. Die for me. Qi Xiangsheng laughed evilly. He was very confident in his soul technique. If it was 1 against 1, he might not be able to kill Mu Yu. But at this time, Mu Yu would definitely be destroyed by his sledgehammer. But Mu Yu's eyes were not flustered at all. Just like Jiyu Etian, their eyes flashed with cold sword intent. They only had each other. A clown's trick like the Third Palace would not affect him at all. The sword intents of the two swords converged at one point. All of the sword intents suddenly exploded from that point. The sword intents that were in a stalemate seemed to have found an outlet. The two completely different sword intents were originally opposing each other, but at this time, they merged together. It was like 2 nimble dragons coiling around each other. Together, they rushed towards Qi Xiangsheng's sledgehammer. Boom! That despicable sledgehammer, under the attack of the 2 sword intents, was instantly shattered into thousands of pieces. It scattered in the air, seemingly unable to withstand a single blow. How is this possible? Qi Xiangsheng revealed a look of disbelief. He never thought that this would happen. In his eyes, Jiyu Etian and Mu Yu were in a stalemate. At this time, he had launched a sneak attack on Mu Yu. Mu Yu would undoubtedly die. But at this time, the sword intents of Mu Yu and Jiyu Etian joined together to attack him. That was the sword intents of Mu Yu and Jiyu Etian. Neither of their cultivations were weaker than Qi Xiongsheng, let alone the two of them joining forces to attack. Whoosh! The two sword intents destroyed the sledgehammer and continued forward. They directly pierced through Qi Xiongsheng's shoulder, cutting off half of his body and tearing it apart. Qi Xiongsheng let out a shrill scream. Losing half of his body caused his entire body to twist and contort. He roared in shock and anger. But he was not an ordinary person. Even losing half of his body did not kill him. He quickly retreated and rushed into the crowd of gamblers. He grabbed several hundred gamblers and directly turned them into clouds of blood mist. He fused them into his body and healed his injuries. All of the gamblers in the open area screamed in horror. They never thought that such an inconceivable scene would occur. Qi Xiongsheng's sinister sneak attack did not succeed. Instead, half of his body was cut off. But Qi Xiongsheng used the lives of gamblers to heal himself. Triple Palace, it's a demon. It's a despicable and shameless demon. All of the gamblers roared. Their angry voices combined with a powerful life force. It pulled at the white holy soul force on Qi Xiongsheng and Lu Mingyuan's body. The holy soul force was suppressed into their bodies, causing them to reveal their ugly appearances. This was a dirty creature. Its skin was dry and wrinkled, and its sharp teeth were jagged. It was completely different from the holy feeling it gave off earlier. Ugly things only dared to stay under black clothes for the rest of their lives. They could not stand the aura of life. Today, all of you will die. Qi Xiongsheng roared. His ugly face looked even more ferocious and hateful. Many gamblers were frightened. They wanted to escape, but the powerful pressure of the crossing calamity stage made them unable to move. Their legs were no longer listening to them. They could not escape. Lu Mingyuan also landed beside Qi Xiongsheng. He stared coldly at Jiyu Etian and said, "Jiyu Etian, if you dare to attack us, then your trash master will not be able to live." Jiyu Etian clenched his fists and said coldly, "This is my battle with him. I will not allow anyone to interfere. If you want me to do something, then you must let me solve it in my own way." He had a straightforward personality, so he did not like the treacherous and cunning people of the Triple Palace. He did not like to play tricks. He did not want to win without fighting. Lu Mingyuan sneered, "In your own way? You think too highly of yourself. You are our puppet, so you have to do things our way. You have ruined our plans time and time again. Then there is no need to keep Boyang Daeran's last arm. This is my warning to you. Tian Huyang, cut off that trash's arm." Everyone was shocked. The famous crossing calamity stage elder of Stargate, Tian Huyang, was also here. Swish! A bloody right arm fell out of the void and smashed in front of Jiyu Etian. "No! No! No! Master! Master!" Jiyu Etian saw the bloody old arm and was completely flustered. Boyang Daoren only had one arm left. Now, even his remaining arm had been lost. Jiyu Etian felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart. He took 2 steps back and the fierce momentum dissipated from his body. "Don't hurt my master. I beg you, don't." Jiyu Etian's eyes were red and his whole body was trembling. Lu Mingyuan sneered and said, "Then pull out your sword and kill Mu Yu. If you can't kill Mu Yu, then I will cut off your master's legs, gouge out his eyes, cut off his ears and nose. But I won't let him die. I want you to understand that your master's fate is in your hand." Tens of thousands of gamblers stared in shock at the ugly creature's words. Lu Mingyuan, ranked 6th on the Extreme Immortal rankings, was actually so vicious. He was so vicious that he would torture Jiyu Etian's master to force Jiyu Etian to do what they wanted. Jiyu Etian trembled as he drew out his sword. His whole body was filled with violent anger. He looked at Mu Yu and said, "I'm sorry, I have to kill you. I can't let my master. I can't. I won't let someone I respect get hurt either." Mu Yu said slowly, "The two of us are very similar in some ways. I have always regarded you as a respectable opponent. Opponents shouldn't have any worries. I'm sorry, I have to protect my master. Jiu Etienne had already raised the broken sword in his hand. The broken sword, which was riddled with scars, burst with an extremely terrifying sword will. Every crack seemed to contain sword chi. The broadsword seemed to be formed by the fusion of countless sword chis. Mu Yu continued, so I've helped you get rid of your worries. I have to kill you. I have to. Jiu Etienne's sword energy had become very chaotic. It was chaotic but powerful. The arena had cracked and the gully spread out from under his feet towards Mu Yu. However, he still didn't use his sword. He didn't like this kind of forced battle. He wanted to fight fair and square. Lu Mingyuan shouted coldly, Jiu Etienne, what are you waiting for? Do you want me to let Tian Huyang cut off your master's legs? Mu Yu looked at Lu Mingyuan and said indifferently, go ahead and try. Tian Huyang, cut off Boyang Daren's legs. Lu Mingyuan snorted coldly. No, wait, I'll do it. I'll do it. Jiu Etienne said in a panic. He stepped on the tip of his foot and rushed towards Mu Yu like an arrow. But at this moment, an old and urgent voice sounded. Etienne, stop. I'm fine. Jiu Etienne's body suddenly stopped in the air. Master. Jiu Etienne turned around. Two people were standing below the arena. One was Tian Ran, who was wearing a green dress, and the other was Boyang Daoren. Tian Ran was supporting Boyang Daoren. Boyang Daoren's right arm was still intact. Master, you're fine? Jiu Etienne was stunned. How could this be? Lu Mingyuan's ugly expression suddenly stiffened and became incomparably ferocious. Impossible, how could a piece of trash like you escape? Tian Huyang, what are you doing? Are you calling this person? Tian Ran snorted and waved her hand. Tian Huyang fell from the air with a bang and landed in front of Lu Mingyuan. Everyone looked at Tian Huyang in astonishment. At this time, Tian Huyang was already a corpse. He had been dead for a long time and was missing a right arm. The bloody right arm just now came from Tian Huyang. The audience was in an uproar. Chapter 1056. Master. Jiu Etienne rushed to Boyang Daren's side and sighed in relief when he saw that Boyang Daoren was unharmed. However, his body still trembled uncontrollably, and his face was still filled with worry. He remembered that the threefold palace had planted a powerful soul technique in Boyang Daren's body. It was enough to take Boyang Daren's life with a single thought. I'm fine. This lady saved me. She also removed the soul technique on me. Boyang Daren's face was pale, but he didn't seem to be in any danger. Thank you, thank you. Jiu Etienne looked gratefully at Tian Ran. Tian Ran smiled. No need to thank me. Mu Yu asked me to do this. He also taught me how to remove the threefold palace's soul technique. I've already handed your master over to you. You should take good care of him. Tian Ran appeared beside Mu Yu in a flash. A bit slow, Mu Yu said with a faint smile. Can't help it. It wasn't easy to kill Tian Huyang and Tian Yuanwan, but we made it in time. Tian Ran stuck out her tongue. Tian Ran Jie, if you had been a bit late, Mu Yu would have really fought Jiu Etienne. We wouldn't have been able to delay them for long. Little Shuai jumped onto Tian Ran's shoulder and bit into his drumstick as if no one else was around. Little Shuai had been eating his own food since the beginning. Even when Mu Yu and Jiu Etienne fought, he stood on Mu Yu's shoulder and watched the show. The so-called delay had nothing to do with him. It's good that you're here. Mu Yu shook his head. If he fought Jiu Etienne, he would have had to go all out. Jiu Etienne was a powerful opponent, and both sides would have been injured. If that happened, there would have been no chance of winning against the threefold palace. Good thing you're fine. Those two from the threefold palace are really strong. Speaking of which, the Shadowless clan is really well informed, Tian Ran said. Mu Yu heard about Jiu Etienne from Shongguanlin and rushed to Casino City. When he arrived at Casino City, he saw the two people from Sanchong Palace, as well as Tian Huyang and Tianyuan Wn holding Boyang Daoren hostage. They were also in a corner of Casino City. Today, Jiu Etienne came to kill Wan. If Jiu Etienne and Wn fought, it was hard to say who would win. If they wanted to stop Jiu Etian, they had to save Boyang Daoren. However, it was impossible for Mu Yu and Tian Ran to rescue Boyang Daoren from these 4 people. Neither Qi Xiangsheng nor Lu Mingyuan was weaker than Mu Yu, so they could only split up with Tian Ran. Mu Yu appeared to attract Qi Xiangsheng and Lu Mingyuan, while Tian Ran was responsible for dealing with Tian Huyang and Tianyuan Wan, who were relatively weaker. Mu Yu knew that as soon as he appeared in the arena and killed Tian Jijian, the 2 people from the Threefold Palace would definitely appear to deal with him. That would be the best time for Tian Ran to rescue Wan. Tian Ran was also very strong. Like Mu Yu, her strength couldn't be judged by her cultivation level. It was not a problem for her to deal with Tian Huyang and Tianyuan Wan. Fairy of the Red Dust Sect, I really miscalculated. I didn't expect you to become so strong in just a few months. Lu Mingyuan looked at Tian Ran coldly. Tian Ran's appearance caused a stir again. The Fairy of the Red Dust Sect, one of the 8 sects, had been uprooted and no longer existed. However, Tian Ran appeared here, which was surprising. Although Tian Ran was a few years younger than Wan, her appearance and talent were not inferior to the evil sect's Jade Maiden Wan. Sister Tian Ran is here, so how many of us should we fight now? Wan covered her face and chuckled. She turned to look at Qi Xiangsheng and Lu Mingyuan. In this battle, the number of people on both sides kept changing. Everyone was a genius who was evenly matched, so the number of people determined the advantage. Miss Tian Ran, can you help me take care of my master? I want to kill my enemy with my own hands. Jiu Etian helped Boyang Daoren over and said. Tian Ran tilted her head and thought for a moment. She looked at Mu Yu questioningly. However, Mu Yu said, Little Shuai, you go take care of him. It's not so simple here. Okay, I'll cheer for you. Little Shuai flew and landed on Boyang Daoren's shoulder. Jiu Etian glanced at Little Shuai. He didn't know the ability of this little beast, but he didn't say anything. The 4 of them faced Qi Xiangsheng and Lu Mingyuan. The gap in strength had been pulled apart. Qi Xiangsheng and Lu Mingyuan didn't panic at all. Instead, he sneered, You want to save the entire gambling city with just the 4 of you? Mu Yu calmly said, We're not here to save people. Jiu Etian's sword burst out with killing intent, We're here to kill. The fierce aura of the 4 people swept out, suppressing the soul power of Qi Xiangsheng and Lu Mingyuan. The aura of the entire enormous open-air casino was overflowing. As long as any side made a move, the entire open-air casino would be destroyed in an instant. The atmosphere was quiet to the extreme. At this time, the gamblers also realized that something was wrong. Because an earth-shattering battle was about to break out here. The consequences of 6 passing calamity stage cultivators making a move were far from as simple as just controlling their abilities to not destroy the arena. If they were careless, everyone's life would be in danger. The tens of thousands of gamblers were already panicking to the extreme, but no one dared to move. The powerful aura suppressed them to the point that they could only sit obediently on the spot. No one dared to make any unnecessary movements, afraid that if they moved, they would be consigned to eternal damnation. They could only watch all of this in a panic, watching this unprecedented gamble. Haha, it seems like we're in time. Swish. Another sacred white light fell beside Qi Xiangsheng and Lu Mingyuan. The appearance of this aura made everyone's breathing stagnate again. Another passing calamity stage cultivator. At this moment, not a sound could be heard in the entire casino. The gamblers were no longer as excited as before. Everyone's vitality had gradually dissipated. The people from the Triple Palace once again emitted their divine soul power. It was so eye-catching that it made people revere them. The aura on their bodies was always so holy, holy but dirty. Wu Yuzhou, you're a bit slow. Lu Mingyuan said lightly. Wu Yuzhou, ranked 5th on the Supreme Immortal list. Not only me, but another person also came. Wu Yuzhou looked at the 4 people opposite him jokingly. Buzz. A terrifying aura came from above the casino. The person just took a step in the void, but everyone raised their heads in horror. Looking at the godlike figure in the air, Their hearts couldn't help trembling. Darching stage, the legendary master of the darching stage. The stormy aura swept everyone, making the gamblers in the entire casino tremble in fear. No one expected that a master of the darching stage would appear here. Mu Yu, you actually appeared here and walked right into the trap. This trip is really worth it. The person in the air was the envoy of the threefold palace who chased Mu Yu in the Moyun mountain range. Mu Yu looked at the envoy of the threefold palace indifferently. When he had just stepped into the passing calamity stage, he was almost driven into a corner by this person. Now he was no longer the him of the past, but the envoy still gave him a huge threat. At this time, the number of people on both sides was balanced, but everyone knew that the moment the envoy appeared, the outcome of this competition was already decided. That was a master of the darching stage, a mighty figure who had comprehended the domain ability. Even Mu Yu and the other three together could not be a match for a master of the darching stage. The ugly bastard of the threefold palace came very quickly. WNWAN was still smiling, as if she did not take the envoy seriously. All the gamblers thought that WNWAN had gone crazy. This beautiful and evil woman was very strong, no one denied this point, but the envoy was a master of the darching stage. No matter how strong WNWAN was, how could she dare to challenge a master of the darching stage? The envoy looked at the ants in the arena condescendingly. In his eyes, these people were not worth mentioning at all. Even if they were the so-called proud sons of heaven, in the face of absolute strength, they were nothing. As long as he wanted, the open-air casino would be turned into ashes and the entire casino would be razed to the ground in an instant. But his eyes fell on Mu Yu. When he was in the Moyun mountain range, he used all kinds of means, but he did not kill this young man. Instead, he was killed by him. This kind of humiliation was unforgettable. Mu Yu, I admire your courage. The envoy coldly said, at this time, I thought you would hide in your rat hole and tremble. I didn't think you would actually dare to come out and court death. Mu Yu indifferently looked at the envoy. The moment he appeared to help Jiyu Etian, he knew that today's matter would not end well. But he did not shrink back, because nothing could happen to Jiyu Etian. The battle of the Xian immortals could not be without him. I thought you maggots did not dare to show your faces. Why did you suddenly think of coming out? Mu Yu responded with equal harshness. The shadow sword was already trembling in his hand. The immortal dew sword and the shadow sword touched each other, and the power of the two heavenly swords continued to rise. The envoy seemed to have also noticed this. The shadow sword Chen Feng's 9 heavenly swords still made him afraid. He knew how powerful the heavenly swords would be when they connected to the sky. Even if he thought that with the cultivation of Mu Yu and Tian Ran, the dual sword combination would not be a threat to him, he still made a foolproof plan. You think you can escape from this city today? You are wrong. I will not give you any chance. The envoy suddenly waved his hand, and a powerful and sacred soul power burst out from his hand. His gaze became incomparably cold. Any chance to use the heavenly sword? Sure. Just like in Chun'an City, the walls of the gambling city began to spread with an indestructible white soul power barrier. This barrier was enough to cut off the connection between the heavenly swords and the sky. Mu Yu, I didn't think that you would not learn from your mistakes and still dare to come to a place like this city. Your strongest reliance is the 2 heavenly swords. The heavenly swords are unable to connect to the sky, so just obediently accept your death. The envoy coldly laughed. Even if it was a cold laugh, it still sounded righteous in everyone's ears. It was as if he was carrying out a righteous judgment, sacred yet filthy. After fighting with Mu Yu many times, the people of the third layer palace all understood the heavenly swords in Mu Yu's hands. The heavenly swords were very powerful. In an open space, no one could stop them from connecting to the sky, and the power they could display would increase exponentially. However, in a city, it was enough to use a soul technique barrier to cut off the connection between the heavenly swords and the sky, causing the heavenly sword's power to be greatly reduced. Chapter 1057. The gambling city was very quiet, so quiet that one could hear their own breathing. For all the gamblers, This was an unparalleled gamble that could not be missed. It was brilliant beyond compare. But watching this gamble, the stakes were their own lives. On the stage, 7 figures of crossing Calamity Stage confronted each other, and there was also a mountain-like figure of Great Ascension Stage suppressing everyone in the air. Muyu did not respond to the palace envoy, but looked at WN and said, "Are you confident?" WN smiled lightly. "That depends on the situation." A gust of wind blew in the air from an unknown place, and the wind was mixed with the sound of a flute, intoxicating the soul. Flower petals fell from the sky onto the stage, and the familiar scene made all the gamblers startled. Everyone already understood who had appeared this time. The golden boy of the evil sects, the notorious Shimon Wuji. That handsome figure fell from the sky and played the flute. The sound of the flute was long and sad, and then dissipated among the flower petals. "I thought WN would be able to deal with it by yourself. It's really disappointing." Shimon Wuji lazily put away the flute in his hand, leisurely walked to WN1's side, and hugged WN1's slender waist without any scruples. "Your waist is really getting thinner and thinner." Shimon Wuji laughed unscrupulously. Everyone swallowed a mouthful of saliva in their hearts. Other than Shimon Wuji, there was no other person who dared to touch WN so unscrupulously. "My waist is thin, but it's not for you to touch." WN lightly waved her hand, and Shimon Wuji's hand was swept away from her waist. Shimon Wuji shrugged his shoulders, somewhat disappointed, and looked at Muyu. "Aya, little brother Muyu and little sister Tian Ran are so close, and they are also fellow disciples. WN, why don't you learn from them? Fellow disciples should love each other." Tian Ran glared at Shimon Wuji. She naturally knew about Shimon Wuji. "I was just thinking about when you would appear." Muyu laughed. The southern 50-mile garden was attacked by the Sanchong Palace, and as a member of the evil sects, it was impossible for Shimon Wuji not to know. Today, someone came to Gambling City to cause trouble, so how could Shimon Wuji just sit by and watch? "That's right. I'm here today to collect a debt." Shimon Wuji lazily combed his long hair, and his gaze suddenly became incomparably deep. When the people from Threefold Palace saw Shimon Xiaochu appear, they still did not put Shimon Xiaochu in their eyes. Shimon Wuji was very strong, but he was still not at the great vehicle stage. The palace emissary smiled contemptuously. "Unlucky Shimon, I was still thinking of looking for you, but you delivered yourself to my door." Shimon Wuji indifferently asked, "The 50-mile garden in the south was created by your Threefold Palace?" The palace emissary sneered, "I thought I could kill the 2 of you in the 50-mile garden in the south. I didn't expect the 2 of you to slip through the net. Now that I've caught both of you, it can be considered a complete victory. Catch them together? You!" Shimon Wuxing opened his evil underworld fan with a huala sound. This legendary evil fan, Shimon Wuxing rarely used it in front of everyone. The smile on the palace envoy's face became more and more arrogant. "What? Do you think there's any chance of escaping this time? You're stupid because you stepped into our spirit technique enchantment. Ha ha ha." The entire huge gambling city was already shrouded in a spirit technique enchantment. A sacred white light enveloped the entire city, making it look very magnificent. This spirit technique enchantment was extremely powerful, and it was personally activated by the palace envoy's spirit technique. Without surpassing his cultivation, it was impossible to break it. But Shimon Wuji slightly shook his head. "You're too naive. I thought that as a great vehicle stage expert, your brain would be a bit smarter, isn't it? Muyu, I actually admire your masterpiece." Muyu calmly looked at the palace envoy. The people of Threefold Palace like to treat people as fools. No wonder such arrogant people have no way to convince the masses. You group of maggots can only put on airs and do some shameful little tricks. The palace envoy's smile slowly disappeared, revealing a gloomy look. "Death is at hand, and you still dare to flaunt your mouth." Muyu slowly stepped out, and his eyes suddenly became sharp. The entire city, with Muyu's feet as the center, suddenly emitted an evil red light. It was as if he was stepping on empty space, causing red ripples to appear. Shua. Dense array patterns spread out from under Muyu's feet like a spiderweb, covering the entire open-air casino, and then the entire city. They climbed up the city walls and climbed up to the spirit technique enchantment. Those were red demonic array patterns, and these array patterns were endowed with all kinds of evil auras. It was as if the entire gambling city had been demonized by this aura. Everything actually opened their demonic red eyes, whether it was a piece of floor, a sword, a flag, or a gambling table. The entire city had been demonized. The palace envoy's face froze, and he looked at everything in shock. How is this possible? Xie Bulao's evil spirit? Impossible. Xie Bulao is already impossible. Absolutely impossible. The demonized aura was very similar to Xie Bulao's powerful aura. The originally holy white spirit technique enchantment in the air was gradually eroded by the demonic red array patterns and turned into a red light. In the sky above the gambling city, a pair of huge red demonic eyes appeared. The eyes were a few hundred meters long, and they were cold and austere. They were filled with a biting cold evil light, and they stared at the palace envoy. Impossible. When did this happen? The palace envoy's face finally changed. Do you really think that your tricks can be carried out again and again? Do you really think that your dirty soul power is invincible in this world? Mu Yu indifferently looked at the palace envoy. This time, I want to see who can't escape. Little brother Mu Yu, your array techniques have really made me have a whole new level of respect for you. Wan lightly laughed. The moment Mu Yu arrived at the gambling city, as the head of the formation glyph sect, he had already discovered that there was an evil array hidden in the gambling city. The array was engraved on a magic treasure in Wan's hand, and it was called the Evil Bell. This power was closely related to the demonic power that Xie Bulao had seen on his body. It was very obvious that Xie Bulao had left behind a protective power for his disciple. However, this power was far from enough to resist a great ascension stage expert, because Xie Bulao's power was very difficult to control, and Wan was not able to fully activate the array that contained the demonic power. However, this array in Mu Yu's hands was a different matter. Xie Bulao was an array master, but his disciple was not, so the array could not be fully activated. However, Jianying Chenfeng's disciple, Mu Yu, was the head of the formation glyph sect. If you want to play, I'll play with you until you're satisfied. Mu Yu modified this demonic array, and made it demonize the palace envoy's spirit technique enchantment. Is that so? Then I'll destroy this enchantment and let you understand the power of absolute power. The palace envoy sneered. Soul technique Luo Yin, Wild Underworld 7 Arts. The terrifying power of the field domain exploded in an instant. The white starlight spots were suddenly covered by the blood mist. The blood mist turned into 7 white snakes that were hundreds of feet tall, lined up in a row. The huge snake heads flicked their scarlet and vicious tongues, and attacked the enchantment above the casino city from different direction. All of the gamblers looked at this incomparably terrifying domain power in shock. This power had already surpassed their imaginations, and in their opinion, it was enough to wipe out everything. It could even destroy the pair of huge demonic eyes in the sky. Buzz. However, no one expected that the pair of eyes in the sky above the gambling city would actually shoot out a red light, which firmly blocked the palace envoy's attack. The entire demonic enchantment did not move in the slightest. The palace envoy's insufferably arrogant attack was like a clown in front of this enchantment. In front of Senior Xie Bulao, what are you? Mu Yu said indifferently. Although the palace envoy was powerful, his strength was at the bottom of the Great Ascension stage. How could he fight against someone as powerful as Xie Bulao? The palace envoy and the remaining 3 people's faces were so gloomy that water could be wrung out of them. They thought that today, they had already made the preparations to turn the entire gambling city into a living hell. They had used the same trick and laid down the enchantment, preparing to catch a turtle in a jar. However, they were still too arrogant. People who were blindly arrogant were stupid. They were so stupid that they thought that others would fall for it a second time. The palace envoy had laid down the enchantment, but in the end, it became someone else's wedding dress and trapped them instead. However, the palace envoy suddenly laughed. I underestimated you. However, If you think that you can trap me like this, then you are too naive. I will let you understand that the power of a great ascension stage is not something that you can contend against with your so-called insignificant skills. In front of a great ascension stage expert, I only need to use a finger to crush you lowly ant. In the air, the powerful aura of the wild underworld seven extremities had already locked onto Mu Yu and the others. In the eyes of the palace envoys, no matter how many schemes a crossing calamity stage cultivator had, they would not be able to withstand a single blow from a great ascension stage cultivator. But Mu Yu looked at the palace envoy mockingly. You spiriters have never thought of learning from your mistakes, have you? Because of your arrogance, you think that your set of skills is enough to suppress everything, and you don't need to improve yourself at all, right? You have underestimated the cultivators. Do you really think that you are invincible? Isn't that so? Ants like you are nothing before our soul race, the palace emissary said with disdain. Mu Yu faintly smiled. The array pattern in his hand suddenly swept out. This time, the array pattern that lit up in his hand was the 8 trigrams array pattern that was filled with vitality and vitality. The formation pattern spread out from everyone in the gambling city and enveloped them. The gamblers' eyes were dazed for a moment before they gradually regained their luster. I won. I'm the final winner. Ha ha ha. I've earned 10 million. Everyone in the gambling city suddenly cheered excitedly. It was as if they had seen some grand event that made them rejoice. Everyone broke free from the oppression of the palace envoy's great ascension stage aura and began to cheer and shout excitedly. Although the gambling city was small, there were still tens of thousands of gamblers. These people were all affected by Mu Yu's illusion array, causing them to have excited hallucinations. The cheering and shouting of tens of thousands of people formed a powerful and exuberant vitality that filled the entire gambling city. It was as if the entire gambling city had become a place of surging enthusiasm and excitement. The palace envoy's complexion changed again. The white sacred soul power on the 4 of them began to be forced back. Their ugly faces were once again revealed. The vitality gathered by the cheering and shouting of the people in the entire city suppressed their soul power, causing them to be unable to raise their soul power in an instant. Then, the gambling city's celebration officially begins. Chapter 1058. The reason why the threefold palace doesn't dare to show their faces in public isn't just because the exuberant life force will cause you to reveal your true form, but also because the cheers of everyone will greatly reduce your soul force. I'm very clear about this. Mu Yu and Tian Ran shook hands, and the 2 of them smiled at each other. Fighting side by side with the person they liked the most was a pleasant feeling, and any kind of joy was a fatal technique for the Sanchong who hid their heads and showed their tails. The illusion array used by Mu Yu caused all the gamblers to see the most exciting illusion of their lives. For gamblers, the most exciting moment was nothing more than winning millions or tens of millions of dollars. It was nothing more than winning millions of dollars. It was nothing more than winning millions of dollars. It was nothing more than earning a lot of money from their bets. There were tens of thousands of gamblers in the gambling city, and everyone was imagining the grand scene of winning their bets. Everyone began to celebrate in their own unique way, and the pressure of the palace envoy was not worth mentioning at all. The life force of all the gamblers in the city gathered into a powerful force, and the soul power began to dissipate. The palace envoy and the remaining 3 members of the soul race already had ferocious expressions, and their sacred outer clothes had been torn apart, revealing their ugly true faces. They had sharp teeth, and their skin was dry and wrinkled, just like monsters that could not be exposed to light. Even the palace envoy's great ascension stage aura had become unstable, and could no longer exert any pressure on Mu Yu and the others. He could not even display the strength of a normal great ascension stage expert. Life force was the soul race's greatest enemy. Kill these gamblers for me. The palace envoy's ugly and ferocious face twitched, and the bulging blue veins made him look even more terrifying. Every time they were in a crowded place, they would slaughter people, use their aura to suppress people, and forbid everyone from cheering, because the life force gathered by cheers would make them feel weak. Now, as long as they killed these gamblers who were addicted to the illusion, the restrictive force would disappear, and they would become strong again. But how could Mu Yu and the others let their wishful thinking succeed? The powerful crossing calamity stage aura completely dispersed from their bodies, and the life force formed by the 10,000 gamblers in the gambling city had no effect on them. The 5 of them formed a powerful pressure that was enough to compete with the 4 members of the soul race. Mu Yu, you two hold off that great vehicle stage cultivator first. We'll go over to help you once we've dealt with the remaining 3. Jiyu Etienne was the first to rush out. The broadsword in his hand exuded a heavy sword chi. At this moment, he did not hold back and rushed towards the strongest Wu Yu state. Shimen Wuji and WNWAN went to abandon Xiong Sheng and Lu Mingyuan respectively. The heavenly swords in Mu Yu and Tian Ran's hands were incomparably powerful. Their heavenly sword fusion was undoubtedly the strongest at this moment. Even if they couldn't defeat the palace envoy whose soul power was restricted, they could at least delay him for a period of time. Tian Ran, you know what I'm thinking. Mu Yu faintly smiled. The Cyan wind heart-linking formation had already enveloped Tian Ran's body. The 2 of them instantly connected their minds. Shadow Clone and Immortal Dew, the 2 heavenly swords were incomparably tyrannical. I know. I won't let go of the chance to kill my enemy. Tian Ran's pure eyes shone with a resolute light. Any spiritus monster deserved to die. Kill. It's everyone's responsibility to eliminate the little white gowls. Little Shuai shouted excitedly on Boyang Daren's shoulder. His voice was incomparably majestic and pierced through the clouds. Boyang Daren had already retreated to the side. He was not affected by Mu Yu's illusion array and was still looking at everything in bewilderment. There was a strange aura around Little Shuai's body that protected him. Hey, old man, hurry up and shout with me. The more you cheer, the less power the little white gowls have, and your disciple has a higher chance of winning, Little Shuai said excitedly. Ah, is it like this? Boyang Daoren was once the leader of a sect and was calm and proper. How could he lose his composure and shout randomly? Little Shuai was too lazy to explain anything to Boyang Daoren. He turned into a child and rode on Boyang Daren's neck. He held 2 small flags in his hands and shook them excitedly. Come on. Buy me delicious food, big brother Mu Yu. Come on, beautiful, kind, and doting big sister Tianran. Come on, silly idiot Jiyu Etienne. Come on, shameless Shimen Wuji. Come on, bad big sister WNWN. Come on, little one, if you say that I'm devastatingly beautiful, I'll fight harder. WNWN winked at Little Shuai and dodged Xiongsheng's soul spell. Okay. Femme fatale big sister WNWN. Come on, Little Shuai corrected himself. WAN laughed. That's acceptable. Boyang Daoren finally understood what Little Shuai meant when he came to his side to cheer him on. At first, he thought it was just a joke, but in the end, a visible vitality emerged from Little Shuai's body and gathered toward the Soul Clan members. Little Shuai was 100 times more excited than those gamblers. It was 1 against 100. Etienne, be careful, you can do it. Boyang Daoren was infected by Little Shuai and finally shouted this sentence. Jiyu Etienne's eyes became incomparably firm. Boyang Daren's words were like a cardiac stimulant, causing the broadsword in his hand to become even stronger. I will, master. Wu Yuzhou was very powerful, but he encountered the equally powerful Jiyu Etienne. Jiyu Etienne relied on his powerful physical body and sword chi. Jiyu Etienne's sword force was simple and sharp, causing Wu Yuzhou to feel great pressure. At this time, his soul power couldn't fully display its power and was entangled by Jiyu Etienne's sword force. He couldn't kill those cheering gamblers at all. In just 1 exchange, he was repelled by Jiyu Etienne's sword force. WN Wan's target was the heavily injured Qi Xiangsheng. Qi Xiangsheng was injured by Jiyu Etienne and Mu Yu's sword Qi, and now his soul power was suppressed by the powerful vitality of the gambling city. Facing the evil sect's Jade Girl WNWN, he had no power to resist. Shimen Wuji was the most outstanding person in the Xiuzhen world, but his cultivation was not inferior to anyone. He waved his evil nether fan, and a strange white light changed into a whirlwind and surrounded Lu Mingyuan, making Lu Mingyuan unable to display his strength. Mu Yu and Tian Ran's heavenly swords pointed to the blue dome of heaven. Their monstrous aura was magnificent and powerful. The palace envoy's soul power was severely restricted, so his domain power couldn't create a strong pressure on them. Facing the heavenly swords, his malevolent face became even more resentful. Without the support of his soul power, his domain was no longer a threat to Mu Yu. The two heavenly swords were insufferably brilliant, just like divine pillars that supported the sky. Overbearing sword chi swept across the sky. The sword chi descended from the two demonic eyes in the sky, fused with the fury of the blue dome of heaven, and bombarded the palace envoy's body. The palace envoy roared. His soul power transformed into 7 powerful giant snakes, and bombarded the sword chi in the sky. However, the sword chi of the two heavenly swords overflowed the sky, and actually fused with the vitality of the entire city, and sent his 7 giant snakes flying. The giant snakes summoned by his 7 arts of the wild underworld were everywhere, but at this time, they were suppressed by the two heavenly swords. His heart was incomparably sullen, and he quickly flew into the sky. He had to leave the gambling city and go to a spacious place to not be affected by those desperate gamblers. Only when he was outside, would he be able to unreservedly display his Great Ascension Realm domain. At that time, it would be enough to deal with Mu Yu and the others. There was originally a soul power barrier in the sky, but at this time, it was already swallowed by the demonic array. When the palace envoy just arrived in the sky, the two demonic eyes already emitted a tyrannical red light, and rushed towards the palace envoy. Chapter 1059. Bastard. The palace emissary flew up to the sky in anger. A dignified great vehicle stage cultivator was actually forced to this extent by 2 crossing calamity stage cultivators. The shame in his heart could be imagined. He roared in his heart and swore to kill Mu Yu. On the other side, Jiyu Etien's broadsword had already swept out. The overbearing and heavy sword Qi was like a mountain, fiercely slamming on Wu Yuzhou's body. The white soul bead that appeared on Wu Yuzhou's body was instantly smashed into pieces. I will kill all those who threaten my loved ones. An indomitable killing intent appeared in Jiyu Etien's eyes. It was bone-chilling. He only respected one person in his life. Even if he had to pay the price with his life, he would protect that person. Anyone who dared to hurt that person would have to pay the price. Wu Yuzhou let out a muffled groan. He couldn't dodge in time and was directly swept by the heavy sword Qi. Like a broken sandbag, he smashed into the arena, creating an incomparably huge pit. Shimon Wuji's figure floated in the air. The petals floating in the air were like sharp weapons in the storm formed by the evil nether fan. Do you want to hear my story? Shimon Wuji's evil nether fan spun in the air. A flute appeared in his hand as he looked at Lu Mingyuan with a faint smile. Very few people in the cultivation world didn't know about his bizarre life experience. No one knew whether Shimon Wuji was as miserable as he said, but many people knew that hearing about Shimon Wuji's tragic life experience was definitely not a good thing. Lu Mingyuan was continuously defeated by Shimon Wuji's evil nether fan, and his white soul bead became dim. He was furious. Shimon Wuji's strength was far beyond his imagination. Even though he was now a powerhouse ranked 6th on the Supreme Immortal list, he always understood that it would be very difficult for him to defeat Shimon Wuji even in his heyday, let alone now when he was in an absolute disadvantage. Lu Mingyuan roared, Soul Technique Luo Yin, it seems that you don't want to hear my story. What a pity. Since you're a disobedient child, there's no need for you to speak. Shimon Wuji's finger gently brushed across the flute, and the entire flute suddenly trembled. Unexpectedly, it automatically played a clear and melancholic flute melody. It was long and sorrowful, but it contained a powerful killing intent. The flute melody formed a terrifying sound wave that rolled up the evil nether fan, swept out, and bombarded Lu Mingyuan's chest, causing it to cave in. Bang! Lu Mingyuan also smashed heavily into the arena, smashing Wu Yuzhou, who had just stood up, back into the depths of the ground. Countless scarves appeared all over Wn Wan's body. Those fragile scarves fluttered in the air as if they would break into rags at the slightest touch. However, Every time a scarf wrapped around Qi Xiangsheng's body, deep scratches would appear all over his body, so deep that his bones could be seen. Qi Xiangsheng's soul bead had already been shattered by WN, and his filthy body was already riddled with scars. WAN was even more merciless. She directly removed Qi Xiangsheng's other hand. The scarves that filled the sky tightly wrapped around Qi Xiangsheng's body, causing Qi Xiangsheng to be unable to breathe. The snow-white scarves had already sunk into Qi Xiangsheng's skin. I've never had a chance to display my true abilities. WAN smiled sweetly. The scarves that filled the sky hung on her body, causing her to be as dazzling as a goddess from the ninth heaven. A strange evil force emerged from the scarves, and in the end, they were fiercely pulled. Crash! Qi Xiangsheng, who was already heavily injured, was directly torn to pieces by WN1's scarves like a tattered doll. He didn't even have the chance to make a sound before he died. Extreme Immortal ranked 7th, Qi Xiangsheng, dead. Lord Palace Envoy, what do we do now? If we can't get out of this barrier, it will be very difficult for us to gain any benefit. Lu Mingyuan crawled up from the ground and said in shock and anger. At this time, half of Lu Mingyuan's body had been completely cut off by Shimen Wuji. He was in an extremely miserable state. Although there was no blood flowing from the wound, there was a charred appearance. There was even a hole in his chest that looked like a fan. Shimen Wuji didn't show any mercy and directly used the fan to blast a large hole in Lu Mingyuan's chest. It was a shocking sight. One of Wu Yuzhou's arms was also cut off by Jiyu Etian. The wound was neat and tidy, and it still carried a sharp sword energy. That sword energy was very domineering and had already invaded his body. He clenched his sharp teeth, but there was nothing he could do. Jiyu Etian and the others landed beside Mu Yu and Tian Ran. They had the advantage of terrain and manpower, and they had even killed one of the enemies with their own hand. Still not dead. The broadsword in Jiyu Etian's hand swept out horizontally, and a deep crack suddenly appeared on the ground. The crack continued to expand and spread to the place where the three of them were standing. The domineering sword energy swept out from the ground. The four of them roared and retreated again. I'm here to collect the debt. I will never let them leave here alive. Shimen Wuji still lazily combed his hair, seemingly casual, but his eyes revealed killing intent. WAN and Shimen Wuji had already rushed over again. Mu Yu and Tian Ran looked at each other. They didn't dare to use a large-scale sword intent. If they used their full strength, the sword intent would inevitably be more powerful, but all the gamblers in the gambling city would also be affected. Once the people in the gambling city woke up from the illusion, the barrier would also lose its effect. We are only responsible for stalling this great Ascension Realm person and preventing him from slaughtering the people in the city. Mu Yu said. I know. Tian Ran nodded. The two of them floated up again, and the two heavenly swords in their hands once again emitted intense light as they headed toward the palace envoy. Although the palace emissary's domain power could no longer affect them, it was still impossible to kill the palace emissary. They could only wait for Jiyu Etian and the other two to kill the others before joining forces to deal with the strongest palace emissary. Bastard! Who would have thought that no matter how much I calculated, I would still be played by Mu Yu? The palace emissary saw the two powerful sword intents coming towards him again, and the three people he brought were already heavily injured. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before the three from Wu Yu state were killed. Damn it! Mu Yu, I will definitely kill you. The palace envoy angrily roared. His surrounding domain instantly covered Wu Yuzhou and Lu Mingyuan. At the same time, the 7 snakes of the wild nether 7 absolutes appeared once more. But this time, the 7 snakes didn't pounce towards Mu Yu, but towards Wu Yuzhou and Lu Mingyuan. Lord Palace Envoy, don't. Wu Yuzhou and Lu Mingyuan saw the 7 snakes biting towards them, and their complexion greatly changed. They never thought that the palace envoy would actually attack them in order to escape. Qi Xiangsheng is already dead, the two of you can't beat them. Now, only by using the two of you as a sacrifice can I have enough soul power to break this barrier. You can rest assured. I will avenge you. The palace envoy coldly said. Peng, peng, peng. Chapter 1060. Perhaps even the two from Wu Yuzhou didn't expect that instead of dying in the hands of Jiyu Iqian, they would die in the hands of the palace envoy. The palace envoy's 7 giant snakes turned his 2 crossing calamity stage subordinates into soul power essence and swallowed them all. Then his whole body lit up with white soul power, and the soul power forcibly suppressed the vitality. After the soul power essence of the 2 crossing calamity stage soul race people was absorbed by the palace envoy, his domain ability suddenly became extremely powerful, faintly surpassing the power of Mu Yu and Tian Ran's 2 heavenly swords. The palace envoy shouted wildly, and his whole body rose from the ground, and once again rushed towards the barrier in the sky. The power of the domain instantly covered the barrier, and with a crash, the entire scarlet barrier collapsed into pieces, as if the blood-red sky was broken. The palace envoy had already rushed out of the gambling city, getting rid of the influence of the vitality formed by tens of thousands of people in the gambling city. This time, I want to raise the whole city to the ground. The palace envoy didn't say until he retreated to the sky. Mu Yu and others looked at each other, and their eyes were incomparably dignified. The palace envoy had swallowed 2 crossing calamity stage soul race people and had become even stronger than before. Now that the barrier of the gambling city had been broken, the palace envoy had left the gambling city. The vitality of everyone gathered together could no longer be used by the array, and could no longer have an impact on the palace envoy. The situation was not good. Soul technique Luo Yin, wild 7 arts. The palace envoy's murderous voice came from the sky, and the 7 giant snakes had been mixed with a violent momentum towards the entire gambling city. With his current soul power, a long-range attack was enough to destroy the gambling city. Stop him. Otherwise, after the people of the gambling city die, this guy will become even stronger, Mu Yu shouted, and he had already rushed out to meet the 7 violent snakes. Once the gamblers of the gambling city died, it was equivalent to the soul power of tens of thousands of people again, which was the source of the palace envoy's power. It was even more impossible for them to defeat this powerful Darching stage master. Tian Ran, Jiyu Iqian, Shimen Wuji, and WNWAN followed closely behind. They all understood the seriousness of the matter. Now that the palace envoy was in the sky, he could fight with all his might. A powerhouse of Darching realm was quite terrifying. Even if the 5 of them joined forces, they might not necessarily be able to defeat him. But no one retreated. This was because the 5 people here all hated the soul race to the bone. They all had a reason to kill them. The heavenly swords in the sky instantly blasted towards the 7 giant snakes. The majestic and sharp sword energy seemed to cause the entire world to tremble, and an incomparably tyrannical aura erupted. However, the palace emissary's domain power was completely released, and it was even more terrifying. The 7 giant snakes and the 2 heavenly swords clashed, and the 2 heavenly swords actually showed signs of collapsing. Mu Yu calmly stood in the void, and a cyanate trigrams array instantly appeared under his feet. The mysterious 8 trigrams array pattern formed a vortex, and this vortex intertwined through the entire gambling city. The life force of all the gamblers was gathered under his feet, and then it fused into the sword intent of the 2 heavenly swords that were about to collapse. The heavenly swords that were originally in imminent danger shook once again bloomed with exuberant sword energy, and actually blocked the attack of the 7 arts of the wild underworld in an instant. However, the power of the domain had already enveloped the 5 people. Within the power of the domain, the 7 giant snakes were almost everywhere. As long as the palace emissary willed it, the 7 giant snakes would appear anywhere. When Mu Yu reacted, 1,000 Zhonglong giant snake had already appeared behind them, and bit towards him and Tian Ran. Be careful. Shimen Wuji and WNWN joined hands, and a strange evil aura erupted from their bodies, blocking the attack of the giant snake. However, the other 2 giant snakes also attacked them, sending them flying. A simple and tyrannical sword energy swept out, and Jiyu Iqian's figure had already appeared at the neck of a giant white snake. The sword energy chopped down, and the giant white snake was instantly cut in half. The giant white snake disappeared, but it quickly condensed again and wrapped around Jiyu Iqian. Mu Yu's shadow sword slashed down from the sky, and the sword energy covered the giant white snake, shattering it and helping Gu Etian break free from the giant snake's entanglement. Mu Yu shouted, "Get close to me." Shimon Wuji, WNWAN, and the others immediately understood, and the 5 of them quickly dodged the attack of the giant white snake. They surrounded Mu Yu with their backs against each other, and Mu Yu was in the center. The wind heart linking array beneath Mu Yu's feet also enveloped Gu Etian, Shimon Wuji, and WAN. "We must join hands, otherwise we will inevitably die in the hands of this person," Mu Yu said in a deep voice. After all, the palace envoy was a Darching stage expert, and it was impossible for them to gain any advantage in the domain of the palace envoy, so they could only fight together. "You command," Gu Etian said. Shimon Wuji and WNWAN didn't object. Only Mu Yu could use the array technique to guide the vitality of the revelry gamblers in the casino city, so letting Mu Yu command was the most correct choice. At this time, Mu Yu was in the center. He used the array to absorb the vitality of the casino city, and the vitality of the entire casino city shrouded the 5 of them. The powerful vitality ensured that they had a place in the domain of the palace envoy. The 7 giant snakes were also condensed from soul power, and were quite afraid of the vitality. How do we deal with a Darching stage expert? Mu Yu's mind was spinning rapidly. So far, he had encountered more than 1 or 2 Darching stage experts. Whether it was Venerable Ni Lei, White Ape Monster King, or other Monster Kings, these people gave him an unattainable feeling. The biggest difference between the Crossing Calamity stage and the Darching stage was that the Darching stage had initially mastered the ability of the domain. The domain was a trace of their own heavenly law that the Darching stage comprehended, but no one told Mu Yu how to deal with this law. However, Mu Yu knew that any technique had a weakness. For example, his incomparably powerful heavenly sword could display a formidable power with the help of the sword intent of the firmament, but once it was trapped by an enchantment and cut off from the firmament, it would be limited. The reason why Deadwood Daddy's Desperation domain ability was ineffective against Mu Yu was because it was full of powerful poison, and poison was ineffective against Mu Yu. So where was the weakness of the Wild Dark 7 arts? The 5 Crossing Tribulation stage geniuses were wrapped in a cyanate trigrams array, forming a powerful barrier. Although it could not affect the palace envoy, it was still possible to avoid and resist the attacks of the 7 huge white snakes. It was just that the speed and strength of the attacks of the 7 giant white snakes had become more and more powerful. Every giant snake that came down seemed to make the world tremble, and the clouds in the sky had been shaken away. If it were not for the extraordinary strength of the 5 of them, perhaps they would not be able to block the attack of a giant snake. But if this continued, with their Crossing Tribulation stage spiritual power, it was impossible for them to outlast a Darching stage expert. They were afraid that in a moment, they might be completely defeated by the palace envoy. "You can still hold on for so long. I really underestimated you, but you will die today," the palace envoy shouted coldly, and the white soul power in his hand glowed again. The attack of the 7 giant snakes had become more and more intense. The Wild Dark 7 arts are everywhere in this domain, so how can we see through this domain? Mu Yu controlled the array and led everyone to dodge the attack of another giant white snake, but another giant snake had already appeared on the left. Gu Etian's sword chi swept out, cutting off the attack of this giant snake. Forcibly withstanding the attack of the giant snake, the 5 of them retreated again. The giant snake above them appeared again, and Shimon Wuji's evil dark fan swept out a demonic blade, repelling the giant snake. Tien Ran also controlled the sharp immortal Ju sword to cut down the giant snake below. Mu Yu recalled his experience of learning the Heavenly Dipper constellation array when he was in the array faction. The Heavenly Dipper constellation array could teleport the person using the array, but the teleportation target of this array could randomly appear in a certain range, so it couldn't be completely controlled. Mu Yu controlled this array by combining it with the falling dust footwork, allowing him to appear in a specific position. To some extent, the Wild Dark 7 arts was like the Heavenly Dipper constellation array improved by Mu Yu. It could appear in any place in the domain, but it was obviously more powerful than Mu Yu's Heavenly Dipper constellation array. Since that was the case, as long as he calculated the appearance pattern of the 7 giant snakes, Then he should be able to predict the next movement of the 7 giant snakes, and avoid being so passive. Green array patterns lit up in Mu Yu's eyes. He kept dodging the attacks of the 7 giant snakes, but the attack positions of the 7 giant snakes gradually formed an extremely complicated trajectory map in his mind. Because of the wind-wind linking array, Jiyu Etian and the others could see the thoughts in Mu Yu's mind. You want to deduce how to deal with the domain? You can do that. Shimon Wuji was surprised. When the others saw that Mu Yu was actually deducing this domain in his mind, they were also surprised. They never thought that they could use the deduction ability to deal with a Darching stage expert. But the deduction method in Mu Yu's mind was really complicated. Jiyu Etian and the others didn't have the talent in this regard, and couldn't keep up with Mu Yu's thoughts at all. Boom! The array formed by the 5 people was repelled by the 2 giant snakes. The spiritual power in everyone's body trembled, and their blood tumbled. The power of a Darching stage expert was still beyond their imagination. Everyone suffered heavy injuries, but everyone gritted their teeth and endured. At this time, Mu Yu was already immersed in the complicated deduction in his mind, and he couldn't control the entire array. We will help Mu Yu delay a bit of time. Tian Ran understood Mu Yu and said to the others. Facing a Darching stage palace envoy, they could only rely on Mu Yu. At this time, Mu Yu needed time to deduce the weakness of this domain. As long as he could deduce the weakness of this domain, it was possible to defeat the palace envoy. But the palace envoy's attack was really fierce, and with the strength of the 5 of them, it was still too difficult. Understood. Jiyu Etian simply replied. Every crack on his broadsword was suffused with a powerful sword chi, and it was stained with the vitality gathered by Mu Yu's 8 trigrams array. That overbearing sword chi unexpectedly formed a 10,000 zhong-long sword chi. Tian Ran's immortal dew sword was like a pool of autumn water, helping Mu Yu block any violent giant white snake that swept over. Her face already showed a strenuous expression. Mu Yu was concentrating on the deduction at this time, so their strength couldn't be used in one place at the same time. WNWAN, you and I don't need to hide. Chapter 1061. WAN hesitated for a moment. Shimon Wuji, are you sure? Is there any other choice? Shimon Wuji closed the evil nether fan in his hand. WN looked at Mu Yu and revealed a devastatingly beautiful smile. That's right, no matter what, Mu Yu and little sister Tian Ran are also our own people, so there is no need to hide anything. What are you two talking about? Jiyu Etian frowned. He advocated the simplest killing move, so he didn't know anything about the complicated derivation diagram in Mu Yu's mind, so he didn't understand what Shimon Wuji and WN were talking about. You will understand soon. Shimon Wuji and WN looked at each other and smiled. Shimon Wuji and WN slowly walked over and held each other's hands. Then, a change suddenly occurred from their bodies. Black-colored aura flashed out from the body of Shimon Wuji, spiraling around his body, and his eyes were suffused with white light. On the other side, the whole body of WN was enveloped by white light, and the eyes of WN became pitch black like ink. An ancient aura flowed out from the bodies of Shimon Wuji and WN, instantly engulfing the entire domain. As if an incomparably tyrannical sharp blade, it tore apart the domain's oppression and occupied its own space. The palace envoy in the sky was gobsmacked and exclaimed, "You too actually, how is this possible?" "Impossible, how can you too? How can it not be?" Shimon Wuji and WN seemed to have completely changed, as if they had become the purest balance of the world. Even the domain of Great Ascension Realm couldn't shrink back from them. The black and white aura on their body was becoming more and more powerful. In the gambling city, Little Handsome, who was cheering on Boyang Daoren, suddenly stopped and looked at the black and white aura in the sky with a puzzled expression on his little face. "Hey!" Little Handsome muttered. "What's wrong, little brat?" Boyang Daoren asked in puzzlement. Little Handsome scratched his head and said, "This is too strange. The shameless Shimon Wuji and the femme fatale WN are actually. How did they hide it from me? Xie Bulao, that fellow hid it so deeply. Wait a minute. Doesn't that mean those two fellows are also Xie Bulao? That's right. It must be. I knew that when I played with them in the past, their auras were very familiar, but they didn't tell me. Damn it, I'll beat them up next time. Jiu Etian and Tian Ran also noticed the difference between Shimen Wuqing and WN. At this time, Shimen Wuqing and WN Wan's bodies had lost their wanton and unruly evil aura. On the contrary, they were incomparably solemn. Their bodies were shrouded in black and white energy, as if they were different people. Or to be more precise, they were not people at all. The palace emissary suddenly laughed. I didn't expect, the golden boy and jade girl of the evil faction to have such a special identity. They really fooled our soul race. Xie Bu Laro is really powerful. In that case, I'd like to see what's so great about this pair of golden boy and jade girl formed from the chaos of yin and yang. Where is the Tao artifact that you are guarding? Chaos yin and yang. Tian Ran opened her eyes wide. She knew what the chaotic yin and yang meant because Mu Yu did not hold back anything from her. Mu Yu also had the chaotic yin and yang in his body, but perhaps even Mu Yu didn't expect that the golden boy and jade girl of the evil faction, Shimen Wuqing and WN, were actually formed from the chaotic yin and yang, one black and one white. The chaotic yin and yang existed among the 9 Tao artifacts, and they were the most primitive and powerful magic treasures in the world. Controlling the chaotic yin and yang meant controlling the Tao artifact. Just like how the dead tree was the master of the chaotic yin and yang, he controlled the opening ruins cauldron. Mu Yu was the master of the chaotic yin and yang in the Array Palace, so he controlled the Array Palace. It seemed like Xie Bu Laro also controlled a Tao artifact, and he had turned his chaotic yin and yang into Shimen Wuqing and WN. There are many things that you don't know. You actually dared to attack our pavilion sound court. We will definitely kill you. Shimen Wuqing's entire body was shrouded in black light, but his eyes were filled with a strange white light. His entire body was filled with killing intent. This was the purest kind of devouring and killing intent, causing people to be terrified. WN Wan's entire body was covered with a pure white light. This white light was very pure, and it no longer had the allure that could bring disaster to a country. In any case, it was thriving and gave people endless hope. However, her black eyes were incomparably deep, forming a sharp contrast with the white light around her body. Swish! Shimen Wuji and WN had already rushed out. Their black and white aura resonated with each other, forming a powerful aura. Instantly, the 7 huge snakes were smashed to pieces, but the 7 huge snakes instantly condensed together and continued to advance towards them. Shimen Wuqing and WN didn't take the initiative to attack. Even if they were chaotic yin and yang, their current cultivation was still at the crossing calamity realm. Moreover, without Xie Bu Laro, they couldn't fully display the powerful battle strength of chaotic yin and yang. The two of them intertwined with each other, forming the Tai Chi and yin-yang auras that surrounded Mu Yu's body. They fused into a black and white barrier that protected Mu Yu. The wild underworld 7 arts bombarded the black and white auras formed by them, but it didn't break their seal, nor did it affect Mu Yu. On the other hand, Jiu Etian and Tian Ran's sword auras would occasionally blast out from the black and white barrier, slashing towards the palace envoys. Hateful. What a powerful defensive ability! The palace envoys were furious. He had already devoured 2 crossing calamity realm subordinates, but when faced with the barrier formed by Shimen Wuqing and WN, he was helpless. Shimen Wuqing and WN Wan's identities were hidden too deeply, and the chaotic yin and yang were extremely powerful existences. When combined with a person's consciousness, the power it contained was even more tyrannical. We must capture Shimen Wuqing and WN alive before they fully mature. As long as we capture them, we can control Xie Bu Laro's Tao artifact. At that time, the palace envoy's gaze fell on Mu Yu within the black and white barrier. Mu Yu was also someone that the spiriters wanted to capture alive. This was because Mu Yu was even more difficult to deal with than Shimen Wuqing and WN. He controlled another pair of chaotic yin and yang, and he also controlled a powerful Tao artifact. The palace envoys angrily shouted. The soul force in his hand once again erupted with a dazzling white light that violently swept towards the black and white barrier. He could see the limits of Shimen Wuching and WNWAN. Even if they were chaotic yin and yang, they were still like humans and had weaknesses. Peng! The black and white barrier heavily struck. Shimen Wuching and WN1's spinning speed had already begun to slow down. It was clear that they were still unable to completely contend against a Grand Ascension Realm Palace envoys. After persisting for a moment, they were already unable to hold on. Shimen Wuching clenched his teeth and shouted, "Muyu, are you done yet? You want to stall for time? You're thinking too much. Although I have to admit that the 5 of you are indeed formidable and you should be proud of yourselves for being able to delay us for so long, the game is over. You should obediently follow me back to see His Highness." The palace envoys sneered. As long as they captured Shimen Wuching and WNWAN, and then captured Muyu, then even if 3 transcending tribulation experts died, it would still be worth it. The wild Netherworld 7 Unique's domain became more and more powerful. At a certain moment, the 7 huge white snakes suddenly fused together into a 10 million jong long white snake. The white snake covered the sky, as if it wanted to crush the entire sky. Pressed down in the air, the entire gambling city fell into a boundless and endless night, without a trace of light shining out. Damn it! I can't hold on any longer, Shimen Wuching fiercely shouted. Hold on a little longer, WAN shouted. The black and white barrier formed by the 2 of them was like a drop in the ocean in front of this 10 million jong long giant snake. It wasn't even worth mentioning. And at this time, the 10 million jong long giant white snake's head was already smashing towards their black and white barrier. Shimen Wuching and WNWN both clenched their teeth. But at this time, Muyu suddenly opened his eyes. The complex and mysterious deduction diagram in his eyes instantly converged at a single point. I know how to deal with this domain. When Muyu opened his eyes and saw Shimen Wuching and WN1's auras, he was stunned for a moment. But he quickly reacted. At this time, a black and a white aura leapt out from his body. It was another pair of chaotic yin and yang. The chaotic yin and yang instantly transformed into a black and white 8 trigrams array beneath Muyu's feet. The 8 trigrams array pattern spread to Shimen Wuching and WAN1's bodies. Then, the entire void violently rippled, as if a wave was rolling over them, bringing them into the wave. At the same time, the 10 million jong long giant snake of the wild Netherworld 7 Unique bit down on Muyu. It bit down on the 8 trigrams array pattern formed by Muyu. The 8 trigrams array pattern fused with the vitality of the entire gambling city, forcibly blocking the giant snake's attack. Everyone had already moved away from the giant snake, leaving the killing range of the giant snake. You want to deal with my domain with just you? Ha ha ha. Wishful thinking. The palace envoy disdainfully said. There had never been a person who dared to provoke a Great Ascension Realm Master when they were at the Transcending Tribulation Realm. Even if the palace envoy had just stepped into the Great Ascension Realm, there was still an insurmountable gap between the Great Ascension Realm and the Transcending Tribulation Realm. However, Muyu's eyes also shined with a black and white light. At the same time, golden and white runes revolved around him. A green rune swept out from beneath his feet, fiercely shooting behind him. Shua. Just as the green rune reached behind Muyu, the giant snake's head also appeared from that place, biting down on the green rune. Good fellow. You can actually guess where my giant snake will appear. But let me tell you, in the face of absolute strength, any tricks are useless. The palace envoy stretched out his hand again. He controlled the giant snake, wanting to tear Muyu's green rune into pieces. However, his expression quickly changed because he realized that no matter how the giant snake bit, it could not break the green rune. The green rune was like a thread that wrapped around the giant white snake. In the blink of an eye, it crawled all over the giant snake's body and merged with it. Child's play. Is your array technique a joke? The palace envoy quickly calmed down because although the green rune was attached to his giant white snake, it did not have any effect on it. The giant white snake was still biting down on Muyu and the others. However, Muyu did not dodge this time. He stood in the same place and watched indifferently as the giant snake opened its bloody mouth and bit down. Although the giant white snake was biting down in a very arrogant manner, it was as if there was an insurmountable gap between it and the golden rune. It could not bite down. Chapter 1062. In front of absolute strength, your formation technique is basically unable to block. Palace Envoy sneered while looking at Mu Yu. After that he integrated the soul power in his hand into Wild Dark 7 Unique, and white light flourished all over the body of White Snake. Catcher. So close yet worlds apart only persisted for a moment, then unexpectedly began to show signs of collapse. Cracks crawled all over the golden barrier, then it collapsed into innumerable fragments. But Mu Yu didn't panic. He had already condensed cyan-colored 8 trigrams formation under his feet, and at the same time, the green-colored formation patterns on the body of White Snake also began to shine, resonating with the 8 trigrams formation under Mu Yu's feet. White Snake was already about to break Mu Yu's formation technique, but suddenly its entire body inexplicably trembled, and its huge body was forcibly straightened, forming a straight line. Nevertheless, its big mouth still bit towards Mu Yu. But its bloody mouth actually directly penetrated through the black and white barrier, penetrated through the body of Mu Yu's group, and didn't bite Mu Yu's group. How can this be? Palace Envoy was greatly surprised. He clearly saw Mu Yu's group before his eyes, and thought that it was enough to swallow Mu Yu's group into the belly of White Snake, but he didn't expect that even after the tyrannical White Snake bit through the golden formation patterns, it still didn't bite Mu Yu. Formation technique, wind one line. Formation technique, mirror image formation. It's time for us to counterattack. Mu Yu had already told the plan in his mind to everyone through wind one heart linking formation. Shimon Wuji and WN also stopped, then looking at each other, they flew towards different direction. Counterattack? You are too naive. Palace Envoy saw that Shimon Wuji and WN had already flown towards different direction, and this kind of action was exactly what he wanted. The sky-covering big snake was already forced to move in a straight line, but this kind of formation technique couldn't restrict it for long. In an instant, he let Big Snake get rid of the formation technique, then simultaneously disappeared from that place, and once again changed into 7 huge snakes, and separately flew towards Shimon Wuji's group. If you don't split up, you might still have a chance. But if you split up, you'll die. The Palace Envoy sneered. The giant snake could appear anywhere in his domain. Before Shimon Wuji and the others could even stand firm, the giant snake had already appeared behind them and bit down, but in the next moment, the Palace Envoy's smile froze. This was because the giant snake had not bitten Shimon Wuji and the others. Whoosh! Jiyu Etienne's sword intent swept out. He seemed to have predicted where the giant snake would attack from. In just a single exchange, the insufferably arrogant giant snake was torn to pieces and turned into nothingness, and Shimon Wuji, WNWAN, and Tian Ran also successively beheaded the giant snake that had just appeared. The entire process was clean and efficient, without the slightest bit of sloppiness. How is this possible? Bastard! I'm going to kill you all. The Palace Envoy angrily roared. White soul force spread out from his body once more, condensing into 7 giant snakes that fell towards them. But at this time, Mu Yu had already appeared at the very center of the Palace Envoy's domain. The powerful auras of Jiyu Etienne and the others had completely gathered on Mu Yu's body. The endless sword intent in Mu Yu's hand suddenly exploded and stabbed towards a single point. The Palace Envoy's pupils shrank. That point was the weak point of his entire domain. Any magic technique had a weak point, but the Palace Envoy had hidden his domain ability very well. It was simply impossible for a normal person to sense it. However, he never imagined that Mu Yu would actually be able to accurately find the weak point of his domain. Bang! The Palace Envoy angrily roared. He could no longer maintain his domain and it suddenly exploded, dissipating without a trace. He angrily looked at Mu Yu. To be defeated by a group of Crossing Calamity Juniors, this was the disgrace of a Great Ascension Realm Master. But he still couldn't understand. With Mu Yu's cultivation, even if he had discovered the weak point of his domain, it shouldn't have been enough to destroy it. Just how had Mu Yu accomplished this? The palace envoy shifted his gaze to Mu Yu's shadow clone sword. Suddenly, he was stunned. The tip of the shadow clone sword was actually twined with two strange black and white auras. This black and white aura was even more profound than yin and yang. It seemed as if it could swallow all things and destroy everything. Is that life and death aura? You can actually control life and death aura to such a degree? The palace envoy actually recognized the true nature of life and death aura. It was clear that he knew how terrifying these things were. At this time, he was no longer looking at Mu Yu with contempt, but deep shock. In his impression, no one had ever been able to control life and death aura because they were the most primitive forces of the world. They controlled the balance of all things and could not be controlled by anyone. Mu Yu gasped for breath. He had to admit that the palace envoy was still quite powerful. This sword had gathered the strength of the other four people. If it weren't for the four of them, it would be impossible for Mu Yu to defeat a Great Ascension Realm envoy with his own strength. However, this sword had almost consumed most of his spiritual power. Although the Great Ascension Realm envoy's domain was broken, he was still a Great Ascension Realm master after all. There was an insurmountable gap between him and the crossing calamity stage. However, Mu Yu would not give up. The array patterns on his body surged and the entire gambling city once again soared with a strong vitality. It soared straight into the sky, causing the palace envoy's face to change. Hateful. Just you wait. The next time I meet you, I will definitely kill you. The palace envoy had already retreated. Just now, his soul power was suppressed by the people of Gambling City and he suffered a little injury. Now that his domain ability was broken, the soul power in his body had been consumed even more. If he didn't leave, he was afraid that he would really die in this place today. I won't give you any chance. Mu Yu had condensed his sword intent again. The sword intent mixed with vitality was unstoppable as it blasted toward the palace envoy. He was ready to kill the palace envoy when he couldn't resist. However, at this moment, an even more terrifying aura shot from afar. This aura was heavy and powerful, like a giant rolling over, causing Mu Yu and the others' faces to change again. Another Great Ascension Realm Master. Whoosh. Mu Yu's condensed sword intent was hit by a white light and disappeared instantly. Palace envoy, you're a little slow. The palace envoy said gloomily. A sacred white shadow appeared beside the palace envoy. This person's aura was comparable to the palace envoy at his peak. I thought you would get rid of them yourself. I didn't expect you to be beaten so badly. You even lost 2 of your own people. What a disgrace. The palace envoy said indifferently. The second Great Ascension Realm Master of the Threefold Palace. Mu Yu and the others' hearts had sunk to the bottom. They could have killed the palace envoy just now, but they didn't expect the reinforcements of the Threefold Palace to come so quickly and save the palace envoy. At this time, Mu Yu and the others' cultivation were at the crossing calamity stage. Even with the help of the Gambling City, they were no match for the palace envoy. Stop talking nonsense. Capture them alive for me. I will go back and explain the rest to the Lord. The palace envoy retreated to the side in anger. He was the same as Mu Yu and the others. He didn't have the strength to fight at all. The appearance of the palace envoy destroyed the hope of Mu Yu and the others. It was impossible for them to defeat another Great Ascension Realm Master. What should we do now? Shimon Wuhao asked. Fight. Jiu Etian didn't have any thoughts of retreating. We are no match for them. Wan frowned. We still have to fight. Mu Yu said. Mu Yu moved his sword. He really didn't have the means to resist another Great Ascension Realm Master. At this time, the situation had been reversed. But in their current state, it was basically impossible for them to escape from the hands of a Great Ascension Realm Master. Then why aren't you obediently waiting to be captured? The palace envoy sneered. The terrifying domain ability had already swept out and sealed their surroundings. The domain ability of the palace envoy made them unable to resist. Damn it. Mu Yu clenched his teeth. If his cultivation was higher, he would be able to rely on the Gambling City to fight with the palace envoy again. But now he didn't even have the ability to retreat. Just when their heart was feeling incomparably heavy, the domain that was tightly suppressing them suddenly seemed to be torn apart by someone. Then Mu Yu and the others felt their whole body become light. At the same time, another powerful aura protected them. The third Great Ascension Realm Master. Who is it? The palace envoy turned around and stared at the outsider. I think it's not too late for me to come. A gentle but resolute voice came from the sky. This voice was like a ray of light in the darkness, making everyone's mind shake. Mu Yu turned around and looked at the person. A white robe fluttered in the wind. He was gentle and elegant. An indifferent aura surrounded him. He stood there like a hard wall, making people feel at ease. Cheng Yang. Eldest senior brother, Yu. Mu Yu looked at Cheng Yang in shock. The aura of a Great Ascension Realm Master actually came from Cheng Yang. Cheng Yang smiled at Mu Yu. Sorry, when I got the news, I tried my best to rush here. Fortunately, I finally made it. Shimon Wuji, WNWAN, and the others were also surprised. Cheng Yang had actually stepped into the Great Ascension realm. When the palace envoy and the palace envoy saw Cheng Yang, they had already put away their contempt. Cheng Yang's aura was calm and condensed. Even the palace envoy at his peak couldn't see through it. Sword Shadow Chen Feng's eldest disciple, Cheng Yang? It seems that we have all underestimated you. The palace envoy said. Cheng Yang walked to Mu Yu's side and put his hand on Mu Yu's shoulder. A familiar and mellow spirit power entered Mu Yu's body, helping him recover from his injuries. Are you okay? Cheng Yang asked. I'm fine. Mu Yu replied. To be able to force a Great Ascension Realm Master to this extent, you have done well. Cheng Yang smiled. It's a pity that I can't kill him. As long as the palace envoy came one step later, I would definitely be able to kill him. Mu Yu shook his head. Cheng Yang turned around and looked indifferently at the severely injured palace emissary. He said, he won't survive. When the palace envoy in the distance heard this sentence, his face changed. However, the palace envoy on the side laughed out loud. His eyes were like a poisonous snake as he looked at Cheng Yang. Cheng Yang, you have such big words. You want to kill someone in front of me? Have you asked me? Cheng Yang slowly reached out his hand and a steady sword appeared in his hand. The sword light was restrained and not a bit of the sword edge was revealed. It looked ordinary and mediocre. But it was this sword that made everyone feel an indescribable sense of oppression when it cut through the air. I don't need to ask you. Cheng Yang flicked his wrist and the tip of his sword suddenly burst open. The surging sword qi was like a river that had burst its banks. It surged out, swallowing up the entire space in the blink of an eye. Everyone felt as if their bodies were being pulled by something. They lost control of their bodies in front of this sword qi. Wang. The heavily injured palace emissary suddenly widened his eyes. His body was covered with cracks. The sword qi had unknowingly pierced through his head, crushing his soul and destroying his consciousness. Because the people of the third layer palace must die. Cheng Yang slowly said. Bang! The palace envoy's body exploded, turning into specks of starlight and dissipating in the air. Chapter 1063. Silence. Mu Yu and the others were shocked by Cheng Yan's sword. Cheng Yan's sword was unbelievably fast, so fast that even the other Grand Ascension Stage palace captain did not have time to react. Yu, how is this possible? The palace captain was shocked and angry, and the arrogant look on his face had already disappeared. He never thought that Cheng Yang would actually kill the palace captain in front of him. In front of him, a dignified Grand Ascension Stage expert, he could not react at all. You also have to die. Cheng Yang just lightly raised the sword in his hand. The erosion cleansing sword was solid and steady, and instantly formed a vortex in the sky, communicating with the whole world. Whoosh! The third heavenly sword's sword intent poured down from the sky, and compared to Mu Yu and Tian Ran's joint attack, it was 100 times more tyrannical. The sky seemed to be slightly shaken by this sword. This sword intent was incomparably terrifying, and the brilliant heavenly might was unparalleled in the world. The aura passed down shook the whole gambling city, as if the whole world could not bear this sword. Not only the palace captain, but even Mu Yu and the others were shocked. Cheng Yang was actually powerful to this extent. Soul technique raw, heaven-conquering tyrant raw. The palace captain's face changed, and a white soul bead appeared around him. The soul bead bloomed with sacred light, and the white light spread out, as if the whole sky was covered with a layer of sacred armor. The white light shone in the sky, and wanted to destroy Cheng Yan's heavenly sword. The palace captain's domain, heaven-conquering tyrant raw. However, Cheng Yan's heavenly sword did not move, and the mighty and steady sword Qi slashed down, and actually directly tore the tyrannical domain displayed by the palace captain, and broke it into thousands of fragments. All the fragments were reassembled by a strange force, and condensed into a giant white sword, and in turn, blasted towards the palace captain. The palace captain gritted his teeth, and directly turned around, tore the void, and turned into a white light, and merged into the void. In just a single exchange, the hall captain wanted to flee. With the dignity of a darching stage master, the palace captain felt extremely aggrieved. He thought that when he arrived here under the guidance of the palace envoy, he would be able to capture Mu Yu and the others, but he never expected that a darching stage master, Cheng Yang, would appear. Cheng Yan's cultivation was even stronger than his, and he killed the palace envoy in front of him. The moment the hall envoy was killed, the hall commander understood that he was no match for Cheng Yang. If he had chosen to fight instead of running away, he would have been the next to die. He didn't have the courage to fight. He had to escape. However, Cheng Yan's sword intent had already pierced through and slashed down at the white light in the void. The palace captain's scream came from the white light. An arm flashed out from the white light. The arm glowed with white light, and then the white light gradually dissipated. The arm became incomparably ugly, like the dirty claws of a wild beast. Then, it suddenly exploded in the air and turned into powder. Everything returned to tranquility. The heavenly sword in the air had already disappeared, and Cheng Yang slowly restrained his aura. What a pity, you cut off your arm and ran away. The third layer palace's ability to escape is quite formidable. Cheng Yang said with some regret. Mu Yu looked at the place where the palace captain had fled. There was another domain fluctuation there, and he already knew what it was. It was just like when the Azure Dragon and the other monster kings sealed their domain abilities in something and gave them to Mu Yu. The palace captain had also used the domain ability given to him by others to escape. Otherwise, Cheng Yan's sword would have been enough to thoroughly kill him. Shimen Wuji, WNWAN, and the others bitterly smiled. Cheng Yang was already powerful to such a degree. Although he hadn't killed the palace captain, Cheng Yan's heavenly sword had actually caused the palace captain to lose the courage to fight. It was enough to look down on the world. The heavenly sword is truly fierce. Jiyu Etian silently looked at the three giant swords. He knew that it was impossible for his broadsword to contend against the heavenly sword. However, his eyes revealed an even more powerful fighting spirit. As a body cultivator, he would never stop because of the strength in front of him. He would strive to improve himself and challenge the heavenly sword. Mu Yu and Tian Ran had already retrieved their heavenly sword. The two of them were somewhat tired. Dealing with a great ascension stage person was truly too difficult. However, the palace captain had been killed. No matter how big the price was, it was worth it. The giant snake dissipated, and the dark clouds in the sky also dispersed. The sun once again revealed its radiance, illuminating the entire earth. Senior brother, you came at the right time. Mu Yu looked at Cheng Yang, and said with complicated feelings. After parting in Clearwater City, the few of them had chosen their own paths. However, Cheng Yang still took on the responsibility of the eldest senior brother. He cultivated to become stronger, looked for his junior brothers, and looked for his master. Now that they met again, Cheng Yang had already reached the Great Ascension stage. The eldest senior brother would always be the eldest senior brother. Cheng Yang looked at Mu Yu gently. The eyes of the two brothers met in an instant. It was so familiar. There was no obstruction. It was as if they had returned to the carefree time of the Luochen mountain. At that time, Cheng Yang was still the responsible eldest senior brother, and Mu Yu was the quarreling junior brother. Cheng Yang asked, "Do you still remember the promise between you and me?" That promise was the promise that Cheng Yang made to help Mu Yu on the way to the Elixir Cauldron Sec. Mu Yu knew what Cheng Yang was talking about. At that time, Cheng Yang had been waiting for Mu Yu and his 3 junior brothers to return home. He helped Mu Yu. In return, he only wanted a golden heavenly heart reincarnation grass from Mu Yu. When a person didn't lose himself, the heavenly heart reincarnation grass would emit a golden light. Mu Yu stretched out his hand. A golden heavenly heart reincarnation grass appeared in his palm. He said softly, "Senior brother, this is what you wanted." The leaves of the heavenly heart reincarnation grass swayed in the sunlight. It looked so pure. It was like a golden sun that warmed people's hearts. Cheng Yang took the golden heavenly heart reincarnation grass. The golden heavenly heart reincarnation grass shone in his hand as if it was carrying a heavy responsibility. "At least, you're the first one to return home." Cheng Yan's smile was very gentle. The gamblers in the gambling city were still reveling. However, there were a few people floating in the sky above the gambling city. They had joined forces to deal with the Great Ascension Stage Palace Envoy with their Tribulation Stage cultivation, but they had also expended a lot of energy. Fortunately, Cheng Yang had arrived at the last moment and killed the Palace Envoy. Otherwise, the Palace Envoy would have definitely escaped from this place. Mu Yu looked at Cheng Yang. His senior brother was always so gentle and indifferent. Even if they hadn't seen each other for a long time, his senior brother was still mature and steady. "You're very strong." Jiyu Etian looked at Cheng Yang. His eyes were still filled with a strong fighting spirit. Jiyu Etian had always wanted to fight with Cheng Yang since he went to Mount Fulong to look for Yumen in the Moyun mountain range. However, Cheng Yang didn't give Jiyu Etian a chance. At that time, Jiyu Etian's strength was only equivalent to the Foundation Establishment stage, while Cheng Yan's cultivation was at the Jindan stage. Now that they met again, Cheng Yang was still 1 stage stronger than them. "We shouldn't be opponents." Cheng Yang smiled. Their opponents were not each other, but the Third Palace. Jiyu Etian's fighting spirit did not diminish. "I will challenge you in the future. After we destroy the Third Palace, if we are still alive at that time, I will give you a chance." Cheng Yang nodded. Jiyu Etian looked at Mu Yu and said, "I also want to challenge you." Jiyu Etian only had eyes for his opponents. "Okay." Mu Yu nodded. He respected an opponent like Jiyu Etian. A person who couldn't cultivate and relied on physical cultivation to reach this point. His perseverance was amazing. Even though Jiyu Etian was still not Mu Yu's opponent, Mu Yu would never slack off. Jiyu Etian would work harder. He wouldn't let Jiyu Etian surpass him. Looks like today is the day of celebration in the gambling city. I'm thinking about whether I should ask Jubing to treat today as an anniversary. Shimon Wuji looked at the gamblers below. It was these gamblers who gave them the strength to deal with the palace envoy. "Then I'll name it. I shouted the loudest just now. Let's call it Xiao Shuai's gambling day." Xiao Shuai held 2 small flags in his hands and waved them happily. Mu Yu touched his forehead. He felt helpless about Xiao Shuai's shamelessness. They returned to the gambling city. All the gamblers in the gambling city were affected by Mu Yu's array. They were still partying tirelessly. It was very lively. Boyang Daoren greeted Jiyu Etian. He looked at Mu Yu and the others in awe. "Senior Boyang." Mu Yu and Cheng Yang cupped their hands. Boyang Daoren quickly smiled. "I don't dare to be called senior. I didn't expect that after not seeing you for a few years, you would all become so powerful. This old man is just a speck of dust at the bottom of the cultivation world. I don't dare to be called senior." "Senior must be joking. Jiyu Etian is our friend. You are Jiyu Etian's master. Naturally, you are our senior." Mu Yu said with a smile. "Yes, when we settled down in the Moyun mountain range, senior helped our master many times. Even if we have become powerful now, we can't forget this seniority." Cheng Yang said. Boyang Daoren also sighed with emotion. Just now, He saw the battle in the sky. It could be said that he had a deep impression. He also understood what kind of powerful existence Mu Yu and Chengyang were. It was a height that he would never be able to reach in his lifetime. However, Boyang Daoren also had his own pride. He looked at the determined Jiyu Etian and his heart was filled with pride. Boyang Daoren was only in the Jindan period. However, his disciple could also be so talented. How could he have thought that he would be able to cultivate such a persevering disciple like Jiyu Etian? Not to mention that the Falling Dust sect, which was ranked last among the 20 sects in the Moyun mountain range, had hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Their disciples were even more powerful. "Master, I'm sorry to have made you suffer," Jiyu Etian said. Boyang Daoren patted Jiyu Etian's shoulder. "I have become a burden to you." Jiyu Etian turned to Mu Yu and said, "If you help me protect my master, I will go with you to deal with the Sanchong Palace." Mu Yu nodded and said, "Don't worry. Right now, there are 2 safest places in the cultivation world. I will send Senior Boyang to our array sect. The people from the Sanchong Palace can't enter there." "Thank you," Jiyu Etian said. Mu Yu glanced at the gamblers who were still reveling. The array pattern in his hand appeared. Then, he removed the illusion array on everyone and woke them up from the illusion. After these people woke up, they were all surprised and doubtful. Some of them still wanted to continue and were reluctant to wake up from the dream of making a lot of money. "What's going on? Where's my money? Why was it a dream? I just dreamt that I made 10 million. I won every bet just now. My luck was excellent." Many gamblers slapped their thighs and felt that it was a good dream. However, it was only a good dream. Then who won the competition in the arena just now? Right, where are the dirty and despicable people from the Sanchong Palace? Were they defeated? They are so shameless. When I first heard that someone was slandering the Sanchong Palace, I even argued with that person. Now I know that the news was not groundless. Chapter 1064. Dubi Ying had an exquisite and luxurious courtyard. At this moment, Mu Yu and the others were already sitting in the courtyard of this courtyard. The courtyard provided by Dubi Ying was quiet and secluded. Everyone was sitting in different places in the courtyard. Shimon Wuhao was half lying on a flat stone, and in his hand was a jug of wine, which he was pouring himself. WN was casually sitting on the water grass beside the small pond. Her feet were in the clear water as she played with the goldfish in the river. There was a banyan tree in the courtyard with a swing hanging from it. Little Handsome was happily sitting on the swing, swinging non-stop. Only he didn't have any worries. Mu Yu leaned on the tree trunk and stared at Little Handsome's back as he pondered. Tian Ran was sitting on a chair beside Mu Yu. There was a wooden table in front of her. At this moment, she was holding her chin and curiously sizing up Mu Yu and WNWAN. Jiyu Etian and Boyang Daoren were sitting on one side. Boyang Daoren was still somewhat reserved. Chengyang sat opposite Tian Ran and poured a pot of tea for everyone. After the battle, no one seemed to want to talk. Many things had happened today and the gambling city was no longer a safe place. Boyang Daoren was already resting in the room of the courtyard. His body was still very weak and Mu Yu had already treated him. After Jiyu Etian settled his master, he walked out of the room and silently sat opposite Chengyang. Chengyang also poured a cup of tea for him. "Thank you," Jiyu Etian simply said. Mu Yu looked at Shimon Wuji and WNWN and said, "I didn't expect that you two were actually chaotic yin and yang." Shimon Wuji leisurely drank a mouthful of wine and said with a smile, "The old man only fancied me and WN Wan's physiques, so he sealed the power of yin and yang in our bodies. Originally, we were disinclined to use this power. In any case, WNWN has never liked me." WN Wan's feet swayed in the water and she smiled, "You don't look mature enough. I prefer masculine ones." Shimon Wuji went around the cultivation world to flirt with the young talents of the various sects, and WNWN was notorious, but they had never had an accident. Their confidence must have come from the primal chaos yin and yang in their bodies. Xiao Shui swung high on the swing, holding 2 small flags in his hands. He asked excitedly, "Then which Tao artifact do you belong to?" This was also what Mu Yu wanted to know. Regarding the 9 Tao artifacts, Mu Yu only knew about the opening ruins cauldron and the array hall. He did not know about the rest. Shimon Wu Cheng and WN looked at each other. Shimon Wu Cheng said, "The old man's Tao artifact is called Xie Tian. It is a very bloody axe. One axe can suppress heaven and earth and turn everything evil. Unfortunately, it is not here." "Not here? Even you guys can't find it?" Mu Yu asked in surprise. Shimon Wuji shrugged his shoulders. "Primal chaos yin and yang is only sealed in our bodies. We can use primal chaos yin and yang, but we are not primal chaos yin and yang. That Xie Tian is in another world. It is suppressing something powerful. WAN and I are the same as the 5 of you. We are people who cannot survive. It is only the primal chaos yin and yang that allows us to survive. This power is very difficult to control. I need to be with WAN to unleash its power. Normally, WAN is not willing to tease other girls with me. I can't do anything about it." WAN glanced at Shimon Wuji and snorted non-committally. She moved her feet, and the goldfish in the pond scattered and gathered again. "You guys are also people who cannot survive." Mu Yu was a little surprised. The 4 of them were people who could not survive. He did not expect Shimon Wu Cheng to be the same. The banyan tree beside Mu Yu sprouted and formed a wooden chair. He sat down beside Tian Ran. Cheng Yang said, "Everyone's physique is divided into yin and yang in addition to the 5 elements. I think Shimon Wu Cheng, your physique is yang, so in order to survive, you sealed the primal chaos yin and yang in your body, right? Wan's physique is yin, so she sealed the yang energy. When Shimon Wu Cheng used the primal chaos yin and yang, his body was covered in black light. That was the yin energy, but WAN was the exact opposite." Shimon Wu Cheng looked at Cheng Yang with a face full of smiles. "I can't hide anything from you, Cheng Yang. I always thought Luo Shong was very powerful. I never thought you would know even more." Cheng Yang indifferently said, "Because Kong Kong and Miao Miao have the same physique as you guys. They also have the primal chaos yin and yang in their bodies." "Kong Kong and Miao Miao also have the same?" Tian Ran cried out in surprise. Mu Yu nodded thoughtfully. Actually, when he first learned that Shimon Wu Cheng and WN had the primal chaos yin and yang, he already thought of the troublemakers from the Falling Dust sect. They often caused chaos in the Falling Dust sect. After the 2 of them left the Moyun mountain range, their cultivation speed was extremely fast. It was very abnormal. He didn't expect Kong Kong and Miao Miao to also have a pair of primal chaos yin and yang. "I knew it, those 2 definitely have some secrets. Sure enough, they have the primal chaos yin and yang. Even I was fooled. Too bad, next time I will spank them." Little Shuai waved his little flag and said with dissatisfaction. Little Shuai was usually very close to the primal chaos yin and yang. When he opened the cauldron of ruins, he chased after Big Black, Big White, Little Black, and Little White. When he was at the Falling Dust Mountain, he and Kong Kong and Miao Miao went everywhere to cause trouble. However, the primal chaos yin and yang in their bodies were sealed. Not only Little Shuai, even the 2 of them didn't know about this. Little Shuai jumped onto Mu Yu's shoulder and said, "Mu Yu, how about you seal Little Black and Little White into the body of a little brat? I will take them to conquer the world." Mu Yu rubbed Little Shuai's head and helplessly said, "I still don't know how to perfectly use the power of primal chaos yin and yang. How do I seal it? Next time you see Kong Kong and Miao Miao, go play with them yourself." Then, Mu Yu thought of Kong Kong and Miao Miao and asked, "Senior brother, what is Master's Tao treasure?" Cheng Yang gently picked up his teacup and took a sip before saying, "Master's Tao treasure is a mountain peak." "A mountain peak?" Mu Yu frowned. "I know, it is the Heaven Birth Reincarnation Peak, right?" Little Shuai jumped from Mu Yu's shoulder back to the swing. This time, Mu Yu was truly shocked. Heaven Birth Reincarnation Peak? Heaven Birth Reincarnation Seal? Last time, on the demon island of the Sea Demon King, they entered the demon subduing pagoda and used the Heaven Birth Reincarnation Peaks cave to return to the past. They also saw Master's image in the pavilion of the Heaven Birth Reincarnation Peak when he was young. Cheng Yang nodded and said, Mu Yu, I believe you went to the demon island and obtained the Heaven Birth Reincarnation seal, right? Mu Yu silently opened his hand. A mountain peak that looked like a paradise appeared in his hand. This mountain peak was very small, like a work of art. It was very exquisite. A waterfall poured down from the top of the mountain. The flowers and trees on the mountain peak were flourishing. It was like a small world with its own rules circulating. One could even see bees and butterflies dancing among the flowers. Halfway up the mountain peak, there was a simple and dignified pavilion. There was a cave on the side, which was the passage back to the past. On the demon island, Mu Yu and Gui Shiming used this passage to return to the past and found the whereabouts of the soul transference. Unfortunately, without the demon subduing pagoda to provide powerful spiritual energy, the space-time passage in the cave had been sealed. There was no way to activate it again, even with Mu Yu's current ability. Senior brother, how did you know? Mu Yu never knew that he had accidentally obtained his master's Dao tool. He should have thought of it earlier. Last time, when he entered the Heaven Birth Reincarnation seal, he sat in the pavilion and saw the illusion left behind by his master. At that time, his master was still very young. He didn't know Mu Yu and only told Mu Yu that he was someone who lived in the past. Mu Yu still didn't know what someone who lived in the past meant. He always felt that his master's words had a hidden meaning. Cheng Yang looked at the exquisite mountain peak in Mu Yu's hand and said, "And Shu told me. I once thought of a way to go to the demon subduing pagoda, but when I got there, I found that the Sea Demon King had been born. It had something to do with you." The Heaven Birth Reincarnation Peak also disappeared. I thought it was you who took it. Now it seems that it was indeed so. Mu Yu thought of Kong Kong, Meow Meow, and Lan Linger who went missing in the 50-mile garden in the south. He couldn't wait to ask, "Senior brother, when did you see Shu? Isn't Shu okay? Were Kong Kong, Meow Meow, and Lan Linger taken away by Shu?" Ever since the immortal confinement prison in the Moyun mountain range was lifted, Shu also mysteriously disappeared. Mu Yu didn't know how Shu was doing now, but he didn't think in a bad direction. Cheng Yang nodded slightly. 3 months ago, Shu found me and told me that I had to find Master's Dao tool. Shu said that he still had to complete the mission that Master gave him, so he left in a hurry. As for Kong Kong, Meow Meow, and Lan Linger, they should have been taken away by Shu. Mu Yu asked in surprise, "Shu is going to complete the mission that Master gave him? What mission is that?" Cheng Yang shook his head. "I don't know. He refused to tell me. He said that it was a task given to him by Master and that he had to complete it. I offered to help him, but he asked me to find Master's Dao artifact." Mu Yu said with some worry, "But Shu's cultivation. Senior brother, is Shu's cultivation. It's during the Jindan period, but he has some means of master. He said that he was enough to deal with some things." I didn't dare to refute Shu's words. "You also know Shu's temper," Cheng Yang said helplessly. Even if Cheng Yan's cultivation had now stepped into the darching stage, he was still a junior in front of Shu. He would listen to Shu's words. Not only Cheng Yang, even Mu Yu, if he met Shu, he would not dare to be too presumptuous. Shu used to be extremely strict with their cultivation and punished them with bad cooking skills. They were still in awe of him. Everyone fell into silence. The pressure given to them by the threefold palace was too great. Even Cheng Yang could not fight against the entire threefold palace by himself, because the strength of the threefold palace was unfathomable. "I hope Master is still well." Mu Yu silently held Tian Ran's hand. Tian Ran bit her lips and looked gloomy. She hadn't recognized her father until now, not to mention that she didn't even know the whereabouts of her mother. Shimon Wuji said with a hearty smile, "Don't worry, my master and your master disappeared at the same time. Although there is no specific information, but I know that whether it is my family's unscrupulous old man or your family's master, both of them are still alive. This is inevitable." Tianran was overjoyed and eagerly asked, Shimen Wuji, is what you said true? Have you seen them? Chapter 1065. Because the yin and yang chaos did not change owners, Mu Yu said. Cheng Yang nodded with a serious expression. Although Kong Kong and Miao Miao do not know that the yin and yang chaos power is sealed in their bodies, they have an inexplicable sense of closeness to Master. They both believe that Master is still alive. It was just like the yin and yang chaos of the Pill Cauldron sect had not changed owners. Because Deadwood's soul was protected by the soul-fixing array, he was not truly dead. That was why Mu Yu could not control the yin and yang chaos of the open ruins cauldron. If something happened to Xie Bulao, the yin and yang chaos in Shimen Wuji and Wn Wan's bodies would react. Kong Kong and Miao Miao should know about this as well. Tian Ran excitedly held Mu Yu's hand. She had never truly acknowledged her father. All she wanted was to reunite with her family. He is still alive. Tian Ran's eyes were filled with tears. Mu Yu hugged Tian Ran's shoulder tightly and said firmly, Master will survive. We will save him. Yes. Tian Ran choked with sobs. Cheng Yang slowly put down his teacup and said, Mu Yu, come with me. I have something to talk to you about in private. Just the two of us. The rest of you have used up a lot of energy in the fight. You should recover first. Okay. Mu Yu nodded, and the others did not say anything. The two of them left the yard and went to an empty courtyard. Xiao Shuai ran over, and Cheng Yang did not stop him. Xiao Shuai was Master's sword spirit. He was not an outsider. Senior, what is it? Mu Yu waved his hand, and two chairs appeared beside him. He sat down with Cheng Yang. Cheng Yang was silent for a moment. He looked at Mu Yu and smiled. The Gate of Hell and Stargate were destroyed by you? Mu Yu nodded and calmly said, yes. Do you know the secret beneath the Gate of Hell? Cheng Yang asked again. Mu Yu said in surprise, Senior Martial Brother, you also know about what happened below the Gate of Hell? Did you go there too? Below the Gate of Hell was a ghost pit, where a gooey zoo was sealed. Ordinary people couldn't enter at all. She didn't expect Cheng Yang to know about this. Cheng Yang shook his head. I don't have to go there to find out. There are many secrets I can learn from other places. Other places? Senior brother, where have you been all this time? Mu Yu remembered that he met Shadowkill Hades at the Gate of Hell. Hades had always wanted to find Cheng Yan's whereabouts. It seemed that it was because Cheng Yang had done something that offended the Shadowman organization. Cheng Yang did not answer Mu Yu directly. Instead, he said, let's not talk about this anymore. You're the only one left now. I'm the only one left. What do you mean? Mu Yu asked puzzledly. Cheng Yang said slowly, I've stepped into the Mahayana stage. Mu Yu was stunned, and then said in surprise, you mean Luo Shong and Xiong Nan? Yes, Luo Shong and Xiong Nan have become Mahayana stage cultivators. They have field ability, Cheng Yang said. Mu Yu was a little embarrassed. He had always thought that his cultivation speed was extremely fast, but compared with his three senior martial brothers, he was still far behind. If his cultivation had not reached the Mahayana stage, it would be very difficult for him to fight with the third palace. Xiao Shuai poked his head out and pretended to be sad. He jumped onto Mu Yu's shoulder, pulled Mu Yu's ear, and said in disappointment, Mu Yu, you are so disappointing. Look at your three senior martial brothers. They are already at the Mahayana stage, but you are still at the sixth heaven of the crossing tribulation stage. You don't cultivate properly and are always lazy. I've been urging you every day, but you just don't cultivate seriously. Look, you're dragging us down now, aren't you? Mu Yu rubbed Xiao Shuai's head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. You talk too much. If you talk more nonsense, I'll sell you to the brothel. Is there delicious food in the brothel? Xiao Shuai asked excitedly. Mu Yu flicked Xiao Shuai's head, feeling a headache coming on. He kept talking about food. Having said that, Mu Yu didn't think that he would be the only one still stuck at the Tribulation Transcendence stage among his four fellow disciples. It was no wonder that Luo Shong and Xiong Nan were able to destroy the Red Dust sect so easily. It turned out that both of them had reached the Grand Ascension stage. Even 10 red dust sects wouldn't be able to resist 2 Grand Ascension stage cultivators. I will work hard. I won't be a burden to everyone, Mu Yu said seriously. He did not want to always be protected by his senior brothers. He should also cultivate in seclusion for a period of time, improve his cultivation, comprehend his own domain ability, and step into the Mahayana stage. Cheng Yang shook his head. You misunderstood me. This has nothing to do with your cultivation speed. Your cultivation talent is already very strong, and you don't lose to us. It's just that the 3 of us didn't comprehend our own domain, but Spirit Lord Yumeng's domain. Mu Yu asked in confusion, what's the difference? Let's put it this way. If we follow the normal cultivation speed, I'll only be at the crossing tribulation stage now, and I won't step into the Mahayana stage. Luo Shong and Xiong Nan are about the same. The 4 of us haven't cultivated for long enough. Maybe in 2 more years, we'll be able to step into the Mahayana stage. However, time is limited, at least not now, Cheng Yang said slowly. Then how did you step into the Mahayana stage? Mu Yu faintly felt that Cheng Yang seemed to have some misgivings. Like Luo Shong and Xiong Nan, I fused with Rushu's consciousness and seized all of his strength, Cheng Yang said calmly. Mu Yu's expression changed slightly. He recalled how Xiong Nan's temperament changed drastically when he fused with Hutu. If Cheng Yang fused with Rushu, wouldn't it mean that Cheng Yang would become like Xiong Nan? So you're no longer the Cheng Yang of the past? Mu Yu asked in a deep voice. He had returned home, but Cheng Yang had left. Cheng Yang shook his head. I'm different from Xiong Nan and Luo Shong. The 2 of them fused with Spirit Lord Yumeng and also fused with their consciousness. However, I only fused with Spirit Lord Yumeng's strength, not his consciousness. If he did not fuse with his consciousness, his nature would not be affected by Spirit Lord Yumeng. Mu Yu asked in surprise, how did you do it? He also had Gomang in his body, so he knew what this meant. Gomang's consciousness could only be suppressed and could not be erased. To a certain extent, they were one. The fused consciousness would also overlap. This was why Xiong Nan was no longer the Xiong Nan of the past. It was because Xiong Nan's thoughts were mixed with Hutu's thoughts. I found a way. I obtained a fusion method from the shadowless race and the shadowless race. This is also why I came to find you. Cheng Yang paused for a moment before continuing. I'll help you erase Gomang's consciousness and fuse with his strength to reach the Mahayana stage. Gomang, who was in Mu Yu's body, suddenly trembled and looked a little frightened. He did not expect Cheng Yang to say such a thing. If such a cultivation technique really existed, Cheng Yang would definitely be able to kill Gomang with his current strength. The fusion method of the shadowless race and the shadowless race? Mu Yu also sensed Gomang's fear in his body. He felt a little conflicted. Erasing Gomang's consciousness and devouring Gomang's strength seemed to be a matter of course. Chapter 1066. Cheng Yang said, you should know that the Shadowy Man organization is the Shadowy Man race from another world, right? Their cultivation methods all rely on shadows. In fact, the body of the Shadowy Man race is a shadow, and the people of the Shadowy Man race are people who have lost their shadows. People who have lost their shadows? Mu Yu felt that this matter was really novel. He didn't expect that the Shadowy Man race and the Shadowy Man race had such a strange relationship. But then he remembered the battle with Shadow Killer Qing Ming and said, but I remember that Shadow Killer Qing Ming was a person. At that time, I knocked down his shadow and revealed his body. In Qingshui City, Mu Yu killed Shadow Killer Qing Ming, who was at the spirit severing stage. At that time, he saw Qing Ming's true body. That's a person wrapped in shadows. Shadows can't move alone, so they will control a main body so that they can move freely. However, light is fatal to them, Cheng Yang explained. Mu Yu was very interested in the relationship between the Shadowy Man race and the Shadowy Man race because it was too strange to let the shadows separate. He had already seen how to use shadows to kill people. Last time, Master Lu told him that the Shadowy Man organization had always wanted to kill the Shadowy Man race. Why? Mu Yu asked, The Shadowy Man organization and the Shadowy Man organization seem to be enemies. How did their conflict come about? Xiao Shuai interrupted, I guess it's because the shadows want to turn over and become the master, right? More or less. They were originally one and came from the same race. They were all normal humans, but because they cultivated a powerful cultivation method, they separated from their shadows. As long as a normal human cultivates this cultivation method, it will cause the shadow to separate from their body. There is no way to stop it, and the shadow also has its own consciousness. At this time, there will be a war. If the main body has the upper hand, the main body will kill the conscious shadow and become a shadowy man. If the shadow has the upper hand, it will control the main body and become a shadowy man. The shadowy man race believes that the shadows are supreme, while the shadowy man race believes that the main body of the human is supreme. The two have different beliefs, so there is constant friction between them. The people of the Shadowless clan, whether it was Bai Yetian, Shong Guanlin, or Murongyun, whom Mu Yu had seen before, none of them had shadows. They were normal cultivators who had cultivated a mysterious technique and killed their own shadows. Whether it was Shadowkill Ming Qing or Shadowkill Huang Quan, they were all shadows. They were shadows that had cultivated their own consciousness and controlled their own bodies, becoming another race. Cheng Yan's words made Mu Yu feel somewhat incredulous. There were all sorts of strange things in the Great Thousand Worlds. Even a shadow could become a spirit. It was indeed amazing. He glanced at his own shadow and felt that it was a very happy thing that his shadow was obediently following him and didn't have to turn against him. Then how did these two races develop? How do they train their own people? Mu Yu asked. Is that important? Cheng Yang asked. I'm just curious. Mu Yu shrugged his shoulders. Cheng Yang thought for a moment and said, my current guess is that the two races should each find a talented cultivator and let the cultivator cultivate this technique. When the technique is completed, the shadow will have its own consciousness and will have its own cultivation. At this time, the people of the Shadowless clan will have their elders help to kill their own shadows and become people without shadows. When the people of the Shadowless clan reach the completion of this technique, they will let the shadow control the main body with the help of their elders, so that the shadow will take the initiative. It's that simple. Mu Yu suddenly understood. It sounded similar to the technique of the Gate of Hell and the Gate of Life and Death, but the people of the Gate of Hell and the Gate of Life and Death killed another twin who had cultivated since childhood and controlled the other's soul or body, while the Shadowless clan and the Shadowless clan killed the shadow and the main body respectively. Xiao Shuai asked curiously, is this technique very powerful? It can actually make the shadow gain consciousness. Is the name of the Shadowless being enough of a deterrent? Cheng Yang asked rhetorically. The Shadowless being was the most mysterious organization in the cultivation world. It was very elusive and specialized in assassination. Anyone who was targeted by the Shadowless being would almost certainly die. This was because if the Shadowless being wanted to take on a mission, they would definitely send out people who could guarantee success. So far, except for Mu Yu and Cheng Yang who could kill the Shadowless being, no one else in the cultivation world had escaped from the Shadowless being. The missions of the Shadowless being were also divided into different levels. Many of the difficult missions were very expensive and ordinary people could not hire them at all. The name of the Shadowless being was enough to shock many people. If the shadow who cultivated the Shadowless being was so powerful, needless to say, the people of the Shadowless clan who also cultivated this powerful technique were very powerful. Relatively speaking, the people of the Shadowless clan were just relatively low-key. The cultivation world only knew about the fierce name of the Shadowless being, but not the existence of the Shadowless clan. Mu Yu asked, then the fusion technique you mentioned refers to, this technique can separate the shadow and the body, which means that the shadow and the body can be fused. When the shadow and the body want to fuse, one of the consciousness must be erased, and this fusion technique can also be used on us. Cheng Yang said. So that's how it is. Then how did you get their fusion technique? Mu Yu couldn't help but admire Cheng Yan's ability. Such a powerful technique must belong to the absolute secret of the two clans. He didn't expect that Cheng Yang could even get the fusion technique of the two clans. Cheng Yang continued, Last time, the shadowless being winter solstice was looking for my whereabouts. It should be a mission given to him by someone. So I killed the shadowless being winter solstice on the way and sneaked into the shadowless being organization with the identity of shadowless being and obtained the secrets of the two clans. After a pause, Chengyang looked at Mu Yu with a smile. I also learned that the soul race wanted to control human to destroy a few cities. Some of the people of the Gate of Hell also happened to meet you in Chun'an City. Mu Yu remembered what happened that night. Snow Eagle used the shadow technique to nail all the people of the Gate of Hell in the ruins. It turned out that it was Chengyang who did it. At that time, I wanted to come out to see you, but I found that you were already affected by the killing power. I knew that even if I came out, I wouldn't be able to persuade you to turn back. But I knew that you were going to the Elixir sect, so I followed you. And then? Mu Yu asked. After I made an agreement with you, I went to the Shadowless clan and tried to get the fusion technique from them, but the Shadowless being organization and the Shadowless clan both discovered my intentions. Mu Yu nodded slightly. So Shadow Killer Huang Quan came to kill you? When Shadow Killer Huang Quan was at the Gate of Hell, he wanted to force Mu Yu to tell him Chengyan's whereabouts, but he didn't succeed. At that time, he had always thought that Huang Quan was obviously from the Gate of Hell, so why did he suddenly become a shadow killer? It must be because the Shadowless Being clan let Elder Huang Quan of the Gate of Hell cultivate this technique, allowing the Shadow to take the initiative and become the spy of the Shadowless Being clan in the Gate of Hell. Chengyang said indifferently, I have already dealt with Huang Quan, he came to find me purely to court death. However, the fusion technique is a top secret for the two races. Originally, the Shadow and the main body have different beliefs, so the fusion technique is equivalent to a disgrace, so it is impossible for this technique to be leaked. I think the two races want to kill me now. After all, I have violated their taboo. When Chengyang said this, he had always been calm. There were two powerful races chasing after him, but he wasn't afraid at all. Although Chengyang didn't say in detail how he sneaked into the Shadowless clan and the Shadowless Being organization, Chengyang must have experienced a lot of difficulties. Mu Yu always thought that the troubles he caused were already shocking, but he didn't expect that Chengyan's troubles were no less than his. Now that he thought about it, it seemed that the four of them were all troublemakers. Wherever Mu Yu went, there would be a lot of people looking for trouble with him. The Gate of Hell, Stargate, and the Sanchong Palace couldn't wait to capture him. Xiongnan directly controlled 100,000 self-cultivators, and Chengyang directly provoked the two mysterious races. It seemed that Luo Shong was the most obedient one among them. But Mu Yu didn't believe that Luo Shong, who was always in a rush, would be obedient. Last time, when Luo Shong was in Dongsho City, he sneaked into the human's territory and found out that the human was going to massacre the city, which caused human to attack the city in advance. Not to mention, he even joined forces with Xiongnan to raise the Red Dust sect to the ground. Mu Yu felt that he was quite innocent. He also wanted to be a good kid, but the problem was that he couldn't do it. Senior brother, how do you know about these things? The secrets of the Shadowless clan and the Shadowless clan? Since the fusion technique is their top secret, they shouldn't have leaked it casually, right? Mu Yu asked. Before Master went missing, he left a message at Mount Luo Chen. I learned about it from it. This was originally a method that he had been researching. After using the Nine Heavens Demon Sealing formation to seal Spirit Lord Yu Meng in our bodies, he was worried that something would happen to Xiongnan, so he thought about how to let the five of us get rid of Spirit Lord Yu Meng once and for all and become normal people. When he returned to Moyun Mountain, he thought of this method. Unfortunately, he didn't have time to tell us and only left a message. The last time I went back, I happened to find this message. Because no one had tried this method before, I was considered Master's first test subject, and also a very successful one. Chengyan's words touched Mu Yu's heart. It turned out that Master had always wanted them to be normal people. He painstakingly set up the Nine Heavens Demon Sealing formation to help them suppress Spirit Lord Yu Meng, and even thought of this method to help them fuse with Spirit Lord Yu Meng in their bodies. It was a pity that Master, who always thought of them, was now in danger. These two clans used to come from other worlds, but now many of their clansmen are third heaven cultivators. In a way, they are like mixed-race clans. Now that the Soul Clan wants to control the third heaven, and the Shadowless Clan and the Shadowless Clan want to stay out of it. They don't want to be enemies with the Soul Clan, and they also don't want to interfere with the matters of the third heaven. So to me, one more enemy doesn't make a difference. If they want to cause trouble for me, they can come. As long as they stop me from saving my family, I will kill them. Cheng Yang said indifferently. In his heart, everyone in Mount Luo Chen was his family. As the eldest senior brother of Mount Luo Chen, he had to take on the responsibility of a senior brother. For his family, he could become enemies with the entire cultivation world. Mu Yu smiled slightly. This was also his intention. Back then, when Shangguan Lin of the Shadowless Clan faced Mu Yu, he put on an expression as if he knew everything, and Mu Yu ruthlessly humiliated him. To Mu Yu, it didn't matter even if he killed Shangguan Lin. He had enough trouble, and 2 mixed-race clans didn't make a difference. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.